Okay. We are back. So I am cooking a ham today, so like in probably about an hour or two, things are gonna start smelling like ham. Ooh. Good morning. Slept well? That great and ain't gonna do in keep. Give me your best lines. I'll hear 'em all today. Well, top of the morning to ye, adventurers. Gone. Peace and commitment be upon you, travelers. Sweet water and good berries, friends? All right, enough. You seem to be in high spirits. Not often you get a chance to work on the project of a lifetime. I'm glad you're so passionate about this. Hope you don't get to give. Hope you didn't give Lynn too hard of a time convincing you. Nah. Once I mentioned Dragonfire, it would have been harder to stop her from going to the quest. Was just tough to find her. Didn't take you for a nighttime soup enjoyer. I'm not, usually. I can be persuaded though, with the red soup and company. I assume your quest for comfort food turned out successful? Not at all. I was thwarted by the shadow of the night. The dearest Rhea promised we shall endeavor to make shortbread another day, when the sun is high in the sky, and the stores are open. I'll need to make that sword first, though. Did Cyrillin update you on what's at stake? Sure did. These three are all like very similar, so this is gonna be fun. The sigils of alcoholic zest won't know what hit them when they see me newly forged weapon. It's sigils of Alcast? Gesundheit. So I assume you've worked out a game plan. More or less. Not like we've got a lot of info in that quest of yours. I'm sorry? Aye, you work with what you had. We'll manage. Though that ever-burning flame of Leviathan sounds like more of a myth than something real. Sounds exactly like something you need for a mythical weapon capable of saving the world. Ha! Still, are you sure you're okay with reforging your sword for this, Shar? Yes, it's the right thing to do. That wasn't what I was asking about. Believe me, I know a thing or two about the importance of an heirloom. It's fine. It's just... I wonder if I'll still feel the same connection to my Baba once I look at the sword afterwards. Eventually, everything she gazed at in life will be gone. Don't you think she'd like looking at the sword of Cyrillin the hero? That has quite a wonderful ring to it. I didn't know your grandma, but reforging that sword with the dragonfire to save the world. I think she'd have been mighty proud of you. And I'll make sure that weapon is the best anyone's swung this side of Athertree. You have a competition to win after all. Exactly. I've been thinking all night about what technique to use. The design ain't exactly final, but I'll finish it during our trip to the Highlands if I'm fast enough. Rhea, you doing okay? You never heard of giving someone some time to think? You seem to be putting a lot of pressure on yourself. This can't just be some simple run-of-the-mill weapon. And there's much to decide before starting the forging process. Hitting, quelching, tempering. And the 5 Vulcan heat treatment techniques. And if I... Wait. That could actually work. I'm surprised you still remember those. Certainly, you were very passionate about the method. I'm just stoked to get a weapon made by you, Rhea. If it's you, I know my Baba's sword is in good hands. Ugh. You seem to have the forging part covered. Anything planned for the rest of the quest? Right. Since we really don't know how much about who or what might be guarding the flame, we're taking Hex along. Should we encounter any defenses of the magical sort? As for how to get to the Highlands, Clay and Tia couldn't come along, so let's hope Baya is up for helping us with the tree travel thing. Seems like you've got your bases covered. You as the main fighter, Rhea. You as the main fighter, Rhea as the craftsmaster, Hex and Baya as magical support, and Kyle as... I'm afraid I won't be able to fill a role as his time innkeeper. I tried to distract myself, but the mere thought of dear Evelyn hurt and alone, or worse. It struck me with a torment strong enough to make even this undead heart bleed with worry. No matter what transpired between us, all I craved was to know her safe. But to allow my dear friends to march into danger alone was no less distressing. It was almost inconsolable the entire evening. I didn't want to choose one side, only to lose the other forever. That's when I slammed my empty bowl of soup down on the table between us. We weren't gonna go off and die just because he took his eyes off us for a few days. And yet, that very fate had struck me several times in the past. I said, well, what be damned if you ever get to see the master... If you never get to see me master weapon. Doesn't matter if I have to chew my way through the tree myself. Heard the dead have the taste for bark anyway. It was as if those words washed away most of the anguish that was ailing my soul. Surely it was the time to believe in the future, and to reconcile the past I left behind, all for my most cherished people. As long as I didn't forget away. But we found a workaround for that. Flashcards! I just need to pull them out and be greeted by the wonderful cards prepared for me by Rhea and Sherilyn, even though they may be far from me. That sounds great, Kyle. There's one about you as well. I'm honored. It seems like you thought of everything then. Hopefully. Some help from your drinks would be mighty appreciated nonetheless. Anything in particular in mind? Some fire resistance seems like it'd come in pretty handy. That does sound reasonable. We could focus on agility if we were already going in that direction. Don't think we want to take whatever traps we run into head on. and add some strength as well for anything we can't avoid. That and the fire resistance should definitely help with the forging of the weapon as well. Though that ghost berry I brought you yesterday, I wouldn't mind some invisibility either. It might give us some imaginative ways to deal with whatever challenges we end up facing. Concentration on intelligence to take full advantage of the sounds of that sounds like a good option too. Hex would like that. I bet. Knowing him, there is an equal chance of his ideas going right or horribly wrong. Could go either way. If things go south, we'll need the charm to talk our way out of anything. And this way, dear Evelyn will be stunned by my most captivating entrance. Sounds decent. Some intelligence could also help with figuring out those techniques you mentioned. And me design, I guess. Aye, Tinkeep. You look like you're bursting to help us out with this decision. Is it going to be dexterity with some strength and as a backup fire resistance? Or should we approach this with intelligence as a small dose of charisma, in case something goes really wrong? And some handy invisibility? Well, if you're asking me, I like to go non-violent. I do like to go non-violent. So these are the ghost berries? Okay. Cool. So we need 3 intelligence and a minimum of 1 to charisma. So peak sunrise would work. Sparkling nebula could work too, but I prefer peak sunrise. It does more. It'll also give him a little swiftness. Where's the... No, there should be a log. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. We could focus on agility. Okay, so that's for the fire resistance. Invisibility, imaginative, intelligence. Okay, so yeah. So do we just go with the Sparkling Nebula to give them the best chance? Because that's 2 to charisma, 3 to intelligence. Right? Yeah. 1 Sparkling Nebula coming up with a touch of invisibility. If you want to forge that weapon properly, it might be best to reserve your strength. Also, anyone guarding the flame should be pretty invested in the dragon's well-being. So here to solving the challenges ahead of you cleverly. Appreciated, Innkeeper. I think this will put us on the right track. And with that, we're off to the Highlands. Me and Kyle are gonna go grab Hicks. Before I let him go check in on his ex-wife. You go get Baya. Shut up. Good. Alright, that's it in keep. One last line for good luck. Make it count. Mind the creaky step on your way out? There. Farewell. Fare thee well, dear innkeeper. Kind of weird, isn't it? What is? There's going to be a battle for the fate of the world. But Elfie ain't even here to worry themselves stupid about it. Yeah, I'm still really worried about that. They'd have loved this, I think. Not the impending doom, but all this stuff, getting together to defeat the evil stuff. Make sure to tell those guys heading to the Twilight Portal to keep an eye out for them. I will. Good. Suppose it's time for me to head out as well. Stay safe, Len. Always, innkeeper. I am starting to think that Fable did not make it, since they're the ones we were most connected to. Oh, good! You two are back again. You two are very similar, and he's very much Swedish. So, let's try and keep all these straight, shall we? Innkeeper, we have returned. I can see that, Tia. I was awaiting you. Though I'm surprised to see you here, Jade. Yeah. Well, Miss Holier Than Thou dragged me along. Something about finally doing my part or something. I distinctly remember you expressing open interest in our plight when we were talking to Inko. I believe you asked multiple questions that indicated your desire to help. And I remember asking how much you'd pay, and you said nothing, so I said no thanks. And yet you didn't resist coming along. Do you have a better job lined up, Jade? Not yet. Inko and I are eyeing something, but I guess I've got some time to kill. Perhaps Inko can help too then? They better. Not sure if I can deal with Princess here alone. No need to deal with me. I can handle myself. I'd love to have Inko on the team. Me too. I assume you've written us a quest, Innkeeper? I have. Take a look. Excellent work. I knew we could count on you. Let me have a look at that. We just have to catch the guy at the portal. Seems simple enough. We could even set up an ambush. Or be sneaky if he's already there. You can sneak. You can sneak, big guy. I can do a lot of things. A few years back, I spent some time with some Latic Panthers who showed me how to sneak up on anybody. I just don't like doing it. Seems a bit rude, you know. No, I don't. But I think the situation calls for a little rudeness. Agreed, it does. And for a little more manpower. You're right, innkeeper. We should ask Inko for help. Also, Hex suggested taking Voy along. He's great at distractions, you know, and knows his way around the Twilight Chasm, should our quest lead into it. Apparently he has family there, though I hope we don't need to disturb them. Anyone else? We considered a whole lot more, but Scully and Grace made a good point. They said not everyone is battle tested, and that it'd be reckless to take inexperienced adventurers along. They also said we should look into more backup plans for the backup plan. I think they just wanted an excuse to do some research and stay away from the bloodshed. Can't blame them. Nelly really wanted to come too, but Dave said no. Is he coming himself? Of course. Made these two ask him before we got here. We need good fighters, and kid's got some talent. I hope he said goodbye properly this time. Sherilyn made sure he did. Never saw a more terrifying death glare in my whole life. It was very impressive. It was. So, are you finished with your questions? Actually, could you review the plan for me one more time? It's been a long couple of weeks. Sure, so, listen up. We make it to the Twilight Portal by the moon pools. We stop our big, bad, evil whatever from going through. If we fail that, or he's faster than us, we chase him through to the Twilight Chasms and into and we prevent him from getting that fancy axe thing. And if that fails, well, we stop him at all costs! Sounds like a good plan. While you're at it, could you keep an eye out for Fable for me? Of course! What's a Fable? Oh no, I'm sorry, he met Fable. Now, innkeeper, by the dragons and all that is holy in this world, can we count on your help again? Of course. What do you need? Easy. We just need to be quicker than that maniac. We should be the first to reach the portal. And we should be the first to attack him, all while dodging his counterattacks. Outspeeding him seems like the smartest option here. You're wrong! Duh. It's foolish to think his strikes won't be powerful. We need to be well protected against him so we can take him down before he really hurts any of us. Don't be stupid. If we're fast enough, he won't even get the chance to hurt us. I'd like you to say that again when you're lying in a pool of your own blood. Okay, maybe we need both. Just the balance that counts. We could focus on a whole lot of defense, but keep some dexterity in our back pockets. And maybe some of those fast infusion thingies could make up the difference. I could hasten you with some golden feathers or saber fangs. Great! Alternatively, could you give us a lot of dexterity instead with a little of defense on top? And make sure we don't get hurt, you can give us some of that frost armor Scully keeps talking about. Sure thing. I've got enough frost pine cones left for that. And I don't think Jade and Tia can make a decision without the bloodshed. So, could you help us out? Of course. I know just what to do. So, basically, it doesn't matter really. They want one or the other. We'll go with super fast. I think I have more fast recipes. No, I don't actually. I have more defense recipes than I do fast, don't I? Yeah, because I think I only have one. Yeah, this is the only fast recipe I have. Oh, no, I have a second one. We have Last Whisper now. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay. Yeah, okay, we're going Last Whisper. And we want it with Pinecone. We need one mind. And the rest of it brainy head. Or the rest of it run. Run, run, run. Alright, one last whisper coming up. Besides, I haven't been able to make that one. You can never go wrong with dexterity. Plus, you'll be able to show off your cool frost armor when the blades shatter against it. Or whatever they do. I knew you'd make the right choice, Innkeeper. There was no right choice, Jade. You both wanted the same thing in different proportions. And you chose the cooler one. Or the more reckless one. I'll wait outside. Catch up with me when you're ready to admit I was right. Whatever. Alright, Clay. Let's go. Clay. You should... Are you okay? No, I don't think so. I just... Aren't you scared? Of what? All of this. The fate of the world is a very heavy weight to bear, don't you think? What if someone gets hurt and I can't stop it? What if I can't protect you and the others and the world and the ferrets? Clay, stop. Please, for a moment. Just stop. I know this is scary. Truth be told, I'm scared too. My whole life has been building up to this moment. I've always been told I'm meant to save people, and if I can't, what's the point of me, you know? You're at the point. I'm glad you exist, even if you don't save anyone. You're not some mythical savior. You're my friend. And you're mine. I'm a little less afraid because I have you with me. You taught me how to value myself as a person, despite all the weight on my shoulders. I wish you would do the same for yourself. I promise you, together, we will get through this. And we'll save each other, and our friends, and the world, and all the ferrets. And the innkeeper while we're at it. Thank you. Appreciate being included. You're enough, Clay. And you don't have to worry about that. And you don't have to worry that you're not. You too, Tia. Don't think I'm excluding you. I wouldn't dream of it. I, having you two believe in me is all the strength I need. Can we still hold hands on the way there? It's a little less scary. Of course. And remember, you can never lose me. Your bracelet will always tell you exactly where I am. And if you get lost somehow, despite your impeccable sense of orientation, mine will help me find you too. You'd just get lost looking. Maybe I just ask Jade for help. I'd do that for you. Thank you, Tia. You're a great best friend. Oh. So are you. Alright then. Best bud. Let's do this together. Yeah, she's got a thing for him. And he is oblivious as anything. Tia, sweetie, sweetie. I'm gonna have to give you some advice that my dad gave me. That my dad continued to give me as a child. Alright, this is gonna sound really mean the way he phrased it, but my husband laughs at this hysterically, and I'll explain it. Okay? So just hold on. I grew up with my father. Anytime like something like this would happen, like on a sitcom or something, my father would always look at me and go, "See, honey, this is why boys are stupid. Your mind works on a whole different level than a boy." He didn't mean that as in like boys are dumb. He meant that as in girls' brains work different than guys' brains. So like, just as a woman, say what you mean. Do not assume that like they'll read between the lines the way you do. Don't do that. Just say what you mean. Guys are oblivious. My husband freaking loves that. He laughs so hard at that. And my husband is like, I really, really need to thank your dad. I really needed to thank your dad more for that, because your dad saved me a whole lot of heartache. My husband loved that so much. We still laugh about that to this day. And to this day, my husband will occasionally sit on the side and look at me and go, "Honey, remember, boys are stupid." We just laugh about it. It's just funny to us. It's just a joke to us. It doesn't mean like, they're actually dumb. It just means like, just say what actually needs to be said. Don't dance around it. Don't try to make them read between the lines. Just say it. So it's like, honestly, Tia, girl, just say it. Just look him in the eyes and say it. Best of luck. We won't need it. Just look him in the eye and say it. Hey, Grace. You must have made them some really good drinks, innkeeper. I've never seen Clay that determined. I tried my best. I have to say, Grace, I'm surprised you're not accompanying Hex to the ever-burning flame. She didn't want to stop studying the magical spells. She thinks they might help us solve all this. I think what might help me right now is a drink. Something that might get my thoughts flowing gracefully, despite all this mess. Give me a moment. Alright, she wants a thinky brainy head concoction. She usually likes, well, she just likes thinky brainy head. So let's give her thinky brainy head with a little sage and some charisma for good measure. There we go. Oh, I can already smell the ham. It's driving me crazy. A delicious thought detangler just for you. I don't think I've ever tasted detangler as delicious as this. Well, you've tasted detangler. Melly, would you like a drink as well? Oh, no, thank you. I've already had 3 hot chocolates today. I think if any more magic enters my system, I'm gonna eat the sun! Please don't do that. We're already missing the stars. On another topic then, I've heard you formed a research team. Oh, we did! Oh, obviously Grace and I are the leaders, but we also recruited Scully and Archie. And Una, she said she wanted to sit with us and crochet while we work. What a great excuse to help. She insists we don't call it helping. Dude, nothing better than a nice blanket while you work, while you do some research. I love me a good blanket. She can crochet a couple of nice ones. My mom makes great blankets. She loves crocheting. Of course she does. Oh, Rufus is helping us too. Oh, his wool is so soft. It calms everyone down. Yeah, Kay's good for that. My canine? I wish Dave would join us too. I guess he's busy fighting that mean guy. But he promised he'd be back soon. And he'd better keep that promise. Wait, is she falling for Dave? Interesting. Or is that for Hex? Because, like, she wants Hex back. Because I think Hex is on that team too, right? No, Dave is on the other team. What are you looking into anyway, Melly? Melly mentioned spells. Are those the ones Hex found in the tower? Yes, those ones exactly. He stayed up all night decoding their formulas, but as soon as he figured out what they were about, he lost interest. So I picked them up. Most of them were rudimentary, all things we already have in our spell books. But 2 stuck out to me. Care to educate me? Which one do you want to hear about first? Teleportation or soul binding? Okay. Soul binding? Hex brought home a glass case with a glowing floating scroll inside. After we got it out and removed all the runes, all the protective runes, he was pretty disappointed. A riddle lock glass case and a protective runes? Seems like somebody didn't want it to be used. I'm pretty sure I know why. It describes pulling souls right out of people's bodies and binding them to objects. Completely volatile magic and dangerous. I assume it's been a little hard to translate. I'm trying to figure out any side effects it may have, so I can convince Hex not to use it whenever he's slightly inconvenienced. Sounds difficult, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. What about the other scroll? The other scroll? One of the scrolls he found holds a powerful teleportation spell. Now I fancy myself quite equipped at conjuring magic, but Hex finds it boring. He picked up the scroll because he assumed the golden runes meant it was special. He was right, but I guess it didn't have enough fire for him. More special than a soul-binding scroll? No, but still special enough. I think if cast correctly, it could get you anywhere in Estrella with incredible accuracy, even to protected places and other planes, but I'm trying to figure out how to use it without destroying myself. It requires more mana than people usually have in their body. So you think it'd kill its caster? Almost certainly so. It still has a lot of promise. Maybe I can modify it? Best of luck. Thank you. Hex also brought back a lot of the wizard's personal notes. Diaries and such, retelling of his exploits, his hopes, his dreams and fears. When I have some more time, I think I'll be able to do a deep dive into who he was. Maybe I can even put a little exhibition together, if Foy and Nico let me borrow some of those magical items. I doubt they'd dare refuse you. I'd hope not. Well, I want some magic scrolls of my own to decipher. But first we need to finish this research, just 'cause we need to figure out what to do well, it's just nice to have something to do is all. Plus, I'll take any excuse to hear more of Scully's Everbloom stories. He's trying to figure out whether we can reverse the sigils. That'd be neat. Maybe you can duct tape them back together? I don't think so. With Archie's help, I also made this whole board where we can collect and connect all of our clues. Specifically, I've been looking into who exactly that necromancer guy could be. Cool. Clay said he noticed some flowers on his armor. Well, I think that might be a clue. Maybe he's a florist? Or there's zombie flowers? Or he wants to destroy all the flowers? I need to figure out what his motive is. Because if we can figure out his motive, we can figure out who he is, and then we can figure out his weakness. Important. Not that we'll need them, because Dave and the others will... What did he say? They'll kick his abs. Yeah, but looking into it makes me... calmer. Yeah. They'll be alright. Right, Innkeeper? The zombies aren't gonna eat them like they ate my parents. Right? They won't. They'll protect each other. He'll come back for you. I hope so. I don't want that to happen again. I miss my parents. I wish they were here to hold my hand. What were they like? Well, I remember my dad always told me bedtime stories about swashbuckling burglars. And I remember my mom loved making things out of yarn, especially socks. And they were really nice and cool, and I loved them so much. I know I can't replace your parents, but is it okay if I hold your hand until Dave and Cerulean and Fable come back? That'd be nice. I feel a lot safer with them around, you know? Like I'm home again. You're not alone anymore. I know. And that makes me feel a lot braver. But enough dramatic backstory. I'm turning into Dave. Just less repressed yeah, I'm not reading that. Just less repressed and liking Fable. Maybe it's time to head out. We'll update you on your research tomorrow. On our research tomorrow in Keeper. But first, we're gonna get a lot of ice cream! Exactly. Una promised me she'd make some. Save some for me. We'll try. I forget your voice. It has been a while. Hello there. Been a while since you last showed up. Thought something might have happened to you. A lot of things have happened. Not all of them are good. Which also means not all of them are bad either. Did end up finding those golden loon feathers. Quickly, with a little help from Voyage. But everything going down, I decided to stick around and help those in need. Sounds just like you. How are things with you, though? You don't need to say much for me to know what that face means. I've seen it once or twice before. Is there something I can do for you? What is there to be done, Quincy? It's like everything's in limbo. Like dancing on the edge of a blade. One wrong move and it's over. Something like that. Would it help if I asked you for a drink? Maybe. You know what always helps me when I'm feeling down? What? A good cup of Quincy's hot chocolate. Here, after all, I've heard you might need it more than me. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Now go on, make me a drink, and this one or another one, whatever you'd like. Dealer's choice, huh? Okay, so he's just requesting something swift. Okay, so they did give me another Swifty boy. And it's Quincy's hot chocolate. Sure, we'll make him this one. With honey flour. There you go. Nice hot cocoa. Couldn't wait to try it out right away. Well, you replicated it perfectly. My hands in hot or warm. Want a sip yourself? You look like you need it. Maybe later. May this drink be warmer than the currents of these times. It most certainly is. Thank you, innkeep. Of course. So, how are you? Really? Well, I'm just numb, I guess. Neither worried nor elated. I'm just avoiding talking about it at all costs. Yes, no. Even when I think about it, I can't quite reach the feelings. I know we're supposed to be there. It's like I'm stuck floating in some glass case, watching all the stars fall around me. That happened several months ago. But no matter how hard I try, I can't reach out to touch them. No, you probably could. I think there's a few of them in your courtyard. And I can't figure out whether I want to touch them, It certainly seems to scare you, worrying about the world and the other people. It's been a while. I didn't think I'd care again. I didn't think I'd want to, but it just happened. Yes. Just like that, without my consent, I might add. The heart wants what it wants, and sometimes what it wants is friendship. But I can see how that's a scary feeling. So many things are on the line right now. Perhaps more than you bargained for. It was easier when I just looked away. Would you rather look away than help your patrons, your friends? No. But now I have to face the fear of losing them. Funny. Funny. Didn't you swear to me you were done fearing death? That you had nothing left to lose? Sometimes lying to ourselves is easier than lying to others, I guess. I'll keep my I told you so to myself. Just feel like I'm stuck in an endless cycle and there's no way out. That doesn't tear me apart. Would it help you to know that we've all felt like that at some point in our lives? Not really, no. Then let me leave you with this instead. Love may come at the price of loss, but the inevitability of loss also comes with the reward of love. You can't lose something without having loved it. And so you should love whatever it is you fear to lose. There are moments that matter, the moments that make your life worth living. Besides, you have the power to step out of that cursed circle anytime. Do I? Write your own story, my friend. Don't doom yourself because you think it's what you deserve. Forget how good you are at giving advice. Makes me a bit envious. You get there eventually. I hope so. Thanks for checking in. I think I needed that. Of course. Please don't stop reaching out. The safety of isolation is not worth the loneliness. I'll try to remember that. You better. Now I heard the night market is close by, and I really don't want to waste this opportunity. So don't let me hold you back. Until next time, take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Be safe out there. Why don't I get a catchphrase? Oh well. Guess it comes with age. Maybe next millennium. You're the bad guy, okay? Good news! Hex is officially clear! Okay. Good news, Hex is officially in the clear. Because they did say the bad guy ran around with flowers on his cape. This is the bad guy. Hello. Greetings, traveler. Nice armor. Is it new? No. Doesn't it seem familiar? The flowers certainly do. Did you keep my books? You know, I imagine this plays differently. It's nice. Thank you. But I thought you'd be long gone by now. After all, you do like running, don't you? I like it here. Though your visit is making me consider moving soon. It's not advised to stay in one place for too long. Eventually the past will catch up to you. I figured. What brings you here, really, Quasar? You know this and that. I paid Morrow Castle a visit. It's quite serene this time of year. What for? Sightseeing, trespassing. You broke in. I wouldn't phrase it like that. Burglary is incredibly impolite. I was persistent in my approach. Politely, I knocked on the door. Unfortunately, vampresses these days have no hospitality. The lady of the house greeted me with a snarl and slammed the door in my face. Not like that stopped me, but I found it quite rude. So did you break in? Obviously, as a last resort. There was nothing I needed more than manners. There was something I needed more than manners. As expected, she wouldn't give up her precious relic freely. So you killed her. I would have, but no. The rat escaped. In the blink of an eye, she dissolved into mist. I always considered that to be a vampire's most annoying skill. But at least I got what I wanted. And what would that be? Curious as ever, aren't you? That's why I made it my job. What? Being nosy? Something like that. I get to hear a lot of things every day. People like to talk. You manipulate your patrons into telling you their darkest secrets. I don't manipulate. I listen. I'm all ears. What would Lady Evelyn have that you, Quasar Dustbringer, would want? Just a little blood. Ingredients for the execution of a grand design. Grand design. We were never ones to make big plans. Speak for yourself. Maybe times changed you. Oddly enough, you still look the same. I had to make sure you'd recognize me after all. How could I ever forget you? It seems like it was pretty easy for you to move on. It wasn't. Yet you're hiding! You ran away from everything that once mattered to build a life behind a counter in a shabby tavern. Is that why you're here? To throw your accusations around? No. Guess I just wanted one last chat now that everything's coming to an end. And I'm curious about how this old friend of mine is doing. So, how are you doing, friend? Full of hope for a better tomorrow. Me too. I'm just afraid that we're hoping for different dawns. We might be. How are you doing? Do you even want to know? It's my job. And my tavern is open to everyone. Your protective spells beg to differ. They let you through, didn't they? So, how about a drink? And then you tell me whatever it is you need to get off your chest. Sure. Let's see if you still know me well enough. And if you remember what I taught you. Of course I do. Andu's scared. Look at him. So he just wants something high in charisma. Okay. I don't want to give him something too powerful. Because, like, we gave the other guys, like, powerful stuff, right? So I don't want to give him anything too powerful. Where's our basic charisma one? Spoken Heart is our most basic charisma one. We'll do that. He gets no infusions. Just a basic. One Spoken Heart. How about this? Sweet Chatty. Sweet and chatty. Not bad. Almost tastes like back in the day. Did you think I'd forgot? Yes. I assumed you're as good at abandoning memories as you are at abandoning people. Ouch. Seems like people are right about one thing, though. And that would be, your drinks can influence fate. They can't save people, but they can push them in a direction, alter their destiny. I wouldn't go that far. I simply do my best to support my patrons in their endeavors. Will you support my endeavor? As I said, I serve everyone in this tavern. How noble. How awfully morally gray. How opportunistic. It's like nothing changed. I like it that way. Making decisions for people, leading them to their doom. All because you can't help but wonder what little entropy would do. I help. You help. Sure. You always liked to help when it was most convenient for you. When it got people to love you. I hope all your helping has aided you in forgetting them. I didn't forget them. Oh, is that so? I couldn't sleep for months. My heart bled and bled until there was nothing left to bleed. I was alone. And by the end of it, when nothing was left, there was just one question. How could the one person I trusted with my life turn on me like that? How dare she leave me with nothing but the stars, staring at them alone? Wondering whether the blood would ever wash off. And how, by the dragons and their false light, is all you've ever done with your freedom, this dastardly achieved freedom. This! There's still blood on our hands. It took me way too long to realize that I didn't have to give up. That I'm not like you. That it doesn't have to be their blood that sticks to my hands. They're gone. Not for much longer. Soon the star rain and the flood that washed away our yesterday will open the gates to a new tomorrow. A new horizon, unhaunted by still ghosts. Quasar. Innkeeper. Why would you do something like this? Don't we owe it to them? The you I knew would have agreed. The me you knew was foolish. Some situations are hopeless. Some decisions aren't easy. Decisions are quite easy if you set your mind to it. Say I need to tear apart Cassiopeia's wings for the stars to rain upon Gaia. An ambitious task. I could decide not to abandon my plans because I'm intimidated by the complexity or scared of the consequences. But no, instead I chose to stick with it and get what I want. I don't give up. I succeed. It truly is that simple. If you care, you'll get it done, no matter how much effort it may take. Everyone was dead. I wasn't. Didn't we promise to always stand by each other's side? To never be alone again? We did. Didn't they deserve the same? They did. Then why are you here and they aren't? I don't know. Me neither. What did we mean to you? Nothing. We meant nothing to you. The home we built, it meant so little. Were we married and lost all of our kids? Is that what this is? And then we went through a horrible divorce because, like, we lost all the children. Because that'd do it. That's not true. Do you still ponder about the meaning of life? Watching the stars? They're on my front lawn. I can't stop watching them. No. There aren't any more. It's better that way. Means there's no risk of getting caught up in trivial things. Like getting caught up in the thought of a world without pain. Like that. So naive. So stupid. You meant everything to me. Don't lie to me! I've seen through the charade, your tricks don't work on me anymore. Look at the stars now as they lie at our feet, a declaration of your failure, an elegy to your cowardice, and a demonstration of my endurance. Everything is set. Everyone will get what they deserve. Even our little replacements. Soon, they'll be no more but a fading memory on the horizon. Feels familiar, doesn't it? They're alive. They can be saved. They're alive indeed. But what you should ask yourself is, for how much longer? If the time comes, will you run again? No. But you sent them to their deaths, did you not? I sent them to stop you. I'm aware. Which reminds me, I'll have to leave soon before your little pawns interfere with my threads of fate. Gertrude, come on. It's time to go home. Ah, the crow was his. Interesting. Care to explain? I sent you a little companion so you wouldn't be so alone. But I need her back now. You know I value my privacy. And I value the perfect execution of my plans. So, thank you for collecting so much information for me. You don't have to do this. I don't, but I will. Anyway, I gotta be somewhere. Speaking of which, my invitation, the offer still stands. Join me and watch as I prepared what you've destroyed 30 years ago. Join me to witness the renaissance of times past. I can't. My place is here. What a pity. It almost pains me to see you haven't changed one bit. I've moved on. You should try it sometime. Spoken like a true coward. It's not like I need you anyway. Not anymore. See you soon, old friend. Or not. So he knows all the concoctions that I sent out with everybody. So he is very well prepared for everything that I sent out with everyone. Is the thing. He knows what I sent everybody out with. Good morning, innkeeper! Good morning. How's your research going? Well... oh, we did a lot of it! That sounds good. Yes! I can smell a breakthrough right around the corner! Are you writing that down, Archie? What? No, of course not. No notes are being taken here. None. Archie, I told you yesterday. I might be the bestest detective in all of Asia, and this might be the meeting of a lifetime. But the investigation has to come first. How are you going to have time to write a book about my detective career if the world ends in a few days? I mean, it won't, obviously. Because our friends are super strong and awesome, and we're super smart and awesome. But we should still focus on backing them up. I'm sorry. It seems I can't help but gather material even now. You're a very impressive detective, and I fear what'll happen if I stop thinking about my books. Is that what I think it is, Detective Melina? Well, I'm afraid it is. Excuse me? It's a severe case of the nerves. Quick, innkeeper, we need a remedy. Only the most revitalizing drink will do. Does the patient agree with their prescription? Really? It's not that serious. Thank you. Perhaps a cure that will boost my toughness is just what I need. On it, patient 0. So he needs something for strength with a side of brain. And a hint of charisma. I don't think we have anything with a side of brain. The best we can do is toughness with strength and a hint of charisma, I think, is the best we can do. This'll do. That'll do. One for snow coming up. There we go. This drink may not be one of your tougher, maybe one of your tougher challenges. This is excellent. I could write a novella about the superb taste alone. I really appreciate the effort to cheer me up. I suppose I've been worrying more than I realized. How can I repay? Repay, Shmay. You should just bear your worries silently. I would accept an update on your research as compensation. Certainly, we're happy to oblige. I thought my knowledge of tales and myths could serve us well in identifying another weapon to slay evil. So I questioned as many scholars and turned as many pages as I could. That sounds exciting. It might have been if I'd managed to find even a hint of anything useful. Exilivery is nothing but a legend. The Lance of Logwins might be real, but it proved impossible to trace its location. And don't even get me started on the history of the Sword of Bulmer. My research ended in a total failure. Oh, don't say that! We would know that there weren't any other weapons if you hadn't looked. It just means we have to move our research focus to something else now. Like my investigation. Oh? Like I mentioned the other day, I really wanted to look into who this weird bad guy really is. With a plan like this, he can't just be some random nobody. His plan does have a certain je ne sais quoi. Je ne sais quoi. That's just so mustache-twirlingly malicious. I bet he has a mustache. In any case, I totally forgot what his sprite looked like, I'm gonna be real. In any case, we must have left some traces that we can follow. And if we can figure out his real identity, we'll know his moral weakness. Like an old wound. Exactly! Someone who wears that much armor must have something underneath. So we'll just have to wait until he takes it off. I mean, I was thinking psychological, but that works too. Once he takes a bath, we should... Actually, I don't think this is a good idea after all. Still, Cerulean always says the more you know about your opponent, the easier the victory. But this guy is like a ghost. No one has seen hide nor hair of him before all this started. And here I thought armor like that would have made him super recognizable with the flowers and all. I did look up what some of them mean. The ones Clay was able to identify. The voice work, man. They were petunias and marigolds, which symbolize resentment, anger, grief, and mourning. So that told me absolutely nothing, besides he's a bad guy with some big feelings about the world. Duh. Yeah. Well, then I got an idea. What about the other well-known necromancers? Maybe we have a repeat offender on our hands. I mean, no one really seemed to fit, though. I was really close to ripping my fur out. Well, then I remembered all that stuff about the sigils. There actually was a necromancer that died when the portals opened. So I dug that file out of my pile, and yes! If the creation of the portals broke a sigil, then that can't be just a coincidence. Therefore, this necromancer from back then must have faked their death and rebranded themselves as the mustache-twirling, green-armored bad guy that we're facing now. Uh, shouldn't you be doing the pointing that thing then? I'm just not feeling it, Innkeeper. I know it doesn't add up, okay? I'm sorry, Archie. This isn't the revelation of the truth that it should be. When you write your book, the detective should definitely be pointing at something. Pointing! Yes, I'll write that down. Good. Bunderschnitzels. I can't believe we couldn't find anything. Uh-huh. What? Who taught you that word, Melly? Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, well, what are you planning now? We need a new perspective. Maybe there's something we haven't considered yet. Oh, that's why we brought some of our research materials with us. Wouldn't a library be better for this? Well, maybe, but there wouldn't be enough space to set up the conspiracy board. You brought the board here. Yep! Thanks for letting us set up here, okay? I'll be in the back. Bye! I hope it's okay for us to take up some of your space. It's fine, Archie. You can go ahead. Much appreciated, Innkeeper. I'm back. Well, don't you look chipper. Hey, Una. Good to see you too, Una. You can spare me the pleasantries. Long day? Nah, I was just never really into all this research mumbo-jumbo. You know how it is. I was surprised when I heard you volunteered for the research group. Your info-gathering game is getting weak, Innkeep. I just chose the activity that's the least hassle. Too much exercise isn't good for the retirement spirit. But, I don't need to tell you that, do I? My uncle would have agreed with you. He's gone now. But he would have agreed with you. He said he loved retirement the last time I got to talk to him. Hard for me to remember he's gone sometimes. But he would have agreed with you. He did love retirement. Before you get another word out of me, though, I need something to get my energy back up. That whole frantic research atmosphere really tired me out. Something to bring your strength back up. Got it. Sailor's Courage. It's her favorite. With, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Sure. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong thing. I thought I grabbed this bottle. I was distinctly not paying attention. One sailor's courage coming up. Here, for all that heavy-duty crocheting you're doing. I feel like I could crochet gloves for an entire army with this. You got some more adventurous slashes away in those back rooms of yours? Adventurous stashed away in those back rooms of yours? Just some more frantic researchers, I'm afraid. So, what else have you been up to? Oh, so what else have you been up to? Just making sure Grace and Scully don't work themselves into an early grave for the most part. Any news on that front? Are you in the mood to be underwhelmed? Listening to what my patrons want to share, whether good or bad, is a key part of my job. Spoken like a good little innkeep. As for their research, not many surprises there, to be honest. The damage that breaking the sigils did is pretty much irreversible, as expected. That teleportation spell Grace is looking into is also not getting any less dangerous. Even with all the modifications she's making, there's still a good chance of it backfiring. And by a good chance, I mean like 70%. What kind of backfiring are we talking about? Like, killing you? Like killing you instantly, exactly. Oh. How are Scully and Grace feeling about everything? They're taking it in stride, or they're just too stubborn to give up. I'm not sure which. That sounds like them. What about you? Me? All of this must be pretty disheartening. I mean, not really. These kinds of doomsday scenarios just lose their impact after a while in this business. I've lived my life, I've made my choices, now I'm just doing what I want either way. If the end of days comes knocking and I'm on my porch crocheting and drinking, I'll have no regrets. But if you're not on your porch, you're here, looking after the people trying to avert that doomsday scenario. I can't believe I had to hear that from you. Leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I could offer you another drink to wash it down. No, thanks. Unfortunately, you've got a point. I guess I got swept up in all this a little. Sure is weird. What is? Karen. Not like I need to elaborate. Preaching to the choir and all that. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure. Whatever. Just let me ask you this. Are you sure you'll have no regrets when all this is over? You can just let me have the last word, huh? No way in a... I'll leave you to contemplate that, I guess. Are you Melly and Archie here? In the back. I'll go see if the youngins need some company. Ooh, they're back. Greetings, I mean, good mythical afternoon, adventurers. Ooh. Good afternoon, innkeeper. Does this afternoon seem mythical to you? It seems wet. Sorry about that. We didn't have much time to dry off before coming here. Yeah, the floorboard should be able to endure it just this once. It's okay if you want to leave now, Baya. We all made it back safe. Okay. But please keep the blankets. I could make some soup. We should be good for now. Thanks, Baya. Where are you headed, Baya?
The swamp. I want to talk to my friends.
I see.
Come on. Let a tree know if you need any more help. I will come.
Stay safe, Baya. You guys okay? Spit it out already. You've been chewing on this ever since we escaped from that mountain. It's just... I feel bad, alright? So... this doesn't sound too good. Isn't that pretty obvious? Right? More importantly, we have the others come back yet in the keep. They haven't. It's a waiting game then. Great, my favorite. Alright, innkeep. This is where you come in with a drink. I'm going to explode if we keep brooding like this. We're not that rogue fella. And which of my drinks would be of aid? I'm not sure what could help soften the outcome of our quest, but maybe protection from disappointment, that might do. Certainly. Let's give him a little bit of strength as well. Not that one. Let's try the citrine. Right? A little boost of strength as well. Boost their spirits a bit. I hope your disappointment will be just a distant memory after this drink. Thanks. This takes the edge off. Didn't realize my shoulders were so tense this entire time. Can I offer you two a drink as well? I'm fine for now.
Count me an innkeeper.
I don't really want to think about it. But perhaps understanding where we failed won't be a bad idea. I'll see what I can do. He wants a thinky brainy head. He wants a thinky brainy head. Do we have any thinky brainy heads with like bolstering his... No, we don't, because we don't have brainy heads with... What about strength? Do we have any thinky brainy heads with strength? No, thinky brainy head and charisma, I think, are what we usually have. Here we go. We have a thinky brainy head with a little swiftness and a lot of strength. There we go. Give me a silent owl. That'll work. Not that one. There we go. Give him a silent owl. This might be just what you're looking for to understand the meaning of everything. 42. What? Weird. I don't know where that came from. But this is good. My synapses are firing at the speed of light. Here's my conclusion. We might be ready to really... Was it that bad? You don't even know the half of it. Wait. This can't be right. Wait, this just can't be it, right? Grace and the others should have figured something else out by now. You probably already have some quests in store for us. Plans C, D, and X? Sorry, Hex. Archie and Melly couldn't find any new leads. And Grace and Scully are still at it, but from what I've heard, they haven't found much either. That's... Come on, innkeeper. Stop joking around. I don't think this is very funny. Neither do I. Then what are you even doing here? What? If the innkeeper doesn't have any quests for us, why are we wasting time here? If you haven't noticed, the world will be ending soon. We failed to create a world-saving weapon. Oops, sorry. And now we're here to what? Have a nice chat? Oi! You're mighty close to overstepping there, wizard. Well, maybe someone needs to say it instead of just lazing around. Hex. Sit your arse down. This is no time to lose your cool. We aren't just here to chat. Information about the group that went to Twilight Chasm will reach this inn first. At this point, we need to know their fate. It would be foolish to go running around without a plan. So, are we cool? I'm sorry. Not exactly a good look for a wizard to lose his head, is it? As long as you realized that yourself. While we wait for the others, I guess it's time for another story in Keep. I'm looking forward to getting some context, I guess. Right. After our chat the other day, Kyle and I went to pick up the axe. We said goodbye to Kyle. He cried. Then he left for Morrow Castle. Soon after, Car and Baya picked us up. They just stepped out of a tree right next to us. Baya was pretty excited to take us to the Highlands. Lynn, apparently she's pen pals with the Yeti, and she never gotten the opportunity to visit. And then whoosh, yeah. 1 minute we're surrounded by nice and lush woods, and the next, vast mountains, snow, a lot of snow. You guys suck at descriptions. Our journey to the Highlands was so fast, it's barely noteworthy. It was impressive. I'm sure evocation is obviously the superior school of magic. But I suppose such a feat of conjuring is pretty cool, even though nothing blew up. And then you had to keep babbling to Baya about it until we reached the village. Well, Grace would have killed me if I didn't ask for details. I keep slipping into the wrong accents because, oh my goodness, back to back is so hard. While the view was great, we were pretty disoriented. Even when we found the village Clay told us about, no one could point us to the temple. Cher looked like she was getting ready to throw people around if they continued saying they couldn't help us. It was clear that no one there knew anything. Even though we still had no idea where to go, we left the village. That's when Baya let out this gut-wrenching scream. It sounded like this. Thanks. I really appreciate you replicating that scream. But why? Hey, you guys insisted I stay to tell the tale. Millie!
Oh, did someone die?
Oh, hi, Lanny. Good to see you, Millie. No one died. Hex just got a little too excited. Whoopsies! Oh, I see. Oh, well, make sure not to scream like that anymore. Or no one will know when you really need a detective on the scene. After all, you don't want to be the next boy who cried detective. I'll keep that in mind. I'll go back to the board then. So Baya let out a scream. We had no idea why she did, but before she could explain, we heard some loud footsteps approaching. It was hard to see with the heavy snowfall, but a huge silhouette was making its way toward us. She almost tore into it as soon as it was close. But before we knew it, Baya rushed forward. I was almost attacked by Baya's pen pal. You actually met the abominable Yeti? Really nice fellow. Also pretty good with directions. They pointed us towards the temple. When they did, I noticed a well-crafted ring made with something like opal. Couldn't help but ask them about it. Turns out they got it from the temple. That really got the Yeti talking. We learned a bunch about the temple's jewelry-making business. And about anyone approaching the stronghold announced would be seen as an enemy. Which is a horrible way to run a business. The Yeti explained that only a select group of trusted people are allowed on the premises. They didn't want to help us get in though. Something about getting their jewelry buying rights revoked. But at least we knew a way. We knew the way, and so with that invisibility finally kicking in, we saw it before us. Lo and behold, the temple of Earth, where the flame of the Leviathan is kept. Sounds blasphemous. The trek up there was brutal. It was so much walking, I thought my feet were going to fall off. It wasn't so bad, really. The winding path looked nice, with all that sparkling snow. That's easy for you to say. You just vaulted right over the rubble, all that rubble. Guess we did get to that gate eventually. It was closed, of course, with a gigantic wet slab of stone in weathered condition. If there's one thing I know about this sort of thing, it's that gates like this one are super inconvenient. Good thing we didn't waltz in through the main gate anyways. No, with the invisibility effect from your drinks still active, we started to check for any other points of entry. There was so much rubble, we figured there must be somewhere for us to slip through. Ugh. Well, there wasn't. And I was already starting to feel this itch of the invisibility wearing off. We were running out of time. Come on, tell the innkeep what she decided we should do next. We might have tried to scale the temple walls. We made it close to the top. But then the stone started to crumble right under our hands. X was the first to fall, but it didn't take long for us to follow. Though it's good to fall with a wizard that can cast a spell to slow our descent, rather than break our necks. And here I thought you guys wanted a big group hug. If you want more group hugs, maybe cast that spell earlier than 5 feet before hitting the ground. Oh sure, I'll try to practice spellcasting while falling at terminal velocity more next time. Well, You did manage it before we turned into a big puddle of adventurer soup. If only you'd managed to land literally anywhere else. I didn't even know the creatures had that big lived out there. Aye, me neither. Right next to us were what we had thought was snow-covered mountain, and eye as big as Shar appeared. It was the guardian of the temple. It slowly lifted its massive head, and we realized that the mountain path we'd been walking on earlier was no path, but the body of the Galvir. Its snake body slowly unfurled from around the temple. While shaking the snow off itself, it revealed its pure white iridescent scales. For a few moments, it just stared us down. The gigantic opal embedded between its eye shone with every color imaginable. What I wouldn't have given to work with an opal of such fine quality. It's good to hear you guys had a mythical moment there. But I, for one, was worried about the overgrown snake with wings. The Gulliver unfurled its wings from where they had been tucked against its body and rose into the air. And in an attack position, it struck with such speed, we only avoided it thanks to Cher's quick reflexes. Then she pushed us into the snow. All I could think about was that I didn't want to fight it. When I was getting back into position for another strike, I screamed our intentions out. I couldn't imagine the dragon's guardian would be indifferent to our objective. It didn't seem to care much about it though. Or it didn't hear us. It didn't want to give up. We had to communicate with it another way that it couldn't ignore. So we choreographed an expressionist dance. No, not really. But that would have been a lot funnier. In any case, instead of trying to fight it, I told the others to get moving and get our message across. By writing in large letters in the snow. Ever tried to write out letters, to stomp out letters while a giant reptile is attacking you, Innkeeper? Heck of a core workout. I think I developed muscles where no muscles should ever develop. Watch out. You might become the first wizard to complete a push-up. And did it work? The push-up? No, the writing in the snow thing. It wasn't sure at first. But when the attack stopped, I saw it looking intently at what we had written. Then it launched itself in our direction again, but instead of trying to attack us, it dove into the snow. The ground beneath us started shaking until all of us were suddenly lifted on top of its head. I thought we were ascending to Torat's realm for a second, not going to lie. But instead we were just getting lifted higher and higher into the air. Towards the temple. Soon we could see a tower emerging from the temple grounds. The guardians must have understood us after all, because it was taking us to the only place I could have imagined the flame to be. Soon we were close enough for us to jump down from the guardian. And then I saw the altar. What did you see? That's the thing. We saw nothing. What? Nothing. No great flame of Leviathan. just a devastated altar, and an empty basin where the flames should have rested. We were so foolish. The clues were already there when we started approaching the temple. All the rubble, the poor state of the building. The flame was extinguished during the flood, long before we ever set foot on the highlands. I should have known that an eternal flame was too good to be true. It was such a waste of time. You can imagine our shock at what we saw. Innkeeper. The realization slowly began to settle in. There would be no way of forging that weapon. Nothing to wield against the necromancer. Up there at the altar, everything was so quiet. The priests hadn't reached us yet. There was just the sound of the wind and the crushing disappointment we were all feeling. The guardian didn't need to say a word. I understood it either way. Whatever emotions we were feeling, they couldn't compare to the grief in the guardian's eyes. Eventually, we were joined by some of the priests who confirmed that we had already surmised. They lost their main object of worship on the day of the flood. At least our disappointment was somewhat softened by the warm meal the priest offered us. I think they felt bad for us. There's a community in shared grief. They were pretty interested in that sword of yours as well. Considering everything we'd learned in the last few days, the minor divinity of it feels hardly noteworthy. I'll cherish it nonetheless. Maybe I'm also just glad that it'll remain a memento of my grandma. I was stupid to think I could try to rival her feats. But I didn't expect you to talk to those priests for so long. I'd never seen you so forthcoming before here. Ain't exactly every day you see that kind of smithing mastery on display. The jewelry those priests were decked out in was a wonder to behold. Straight dripping? No. Please don't. Hey, don't complain when Inko says it. That level of craftsmanship is to be expected of Ur's people, I guess. They were really generous as well. Practically forced those opals on you. And that blueprint. And that blueprint. You're misunderstanding that one, Shar. That was for ye. It's a sword blueprint that's been passed down since the conception of that temple. A form worthy of the dragons might as they put it. Then they wasted it. I know you won't hear it now, but if you feel different, it'd be an honor to forge it for you. We eventually got ready to head back. I was worried about the lack of trees around us, but Baya seemed unbothered. We headed out to the courtyard, where slowly but surely she grew a whole tree. Its branches were stark white and covered in gleaming leaves. I asked her afterward what kind of tree it was, but she just replied it was the dream of the soil. I don't know what that meant. The priest looked very touched by its appearance. But we needed to be on our way. So into the tree we went. We stopped by Baya's, then headed over here. So that's that. Never had such a depressing walk back to the tavern. Ah, quit your yapping. We're gone on and on about all this and on the way over here, too. That's easy for you to say. After all, you got those gems. Great for your stupid competition. Some of us were a bit put off by the quest failing. Why don't you just come out and say what your problem is? My problem is that you're acting like everything's fine. That's not good. Oh. That's not great. Did it stop? Seems like it. Is everyone okay? More or less. Yeah. What about Melly and the others? I need to... I'll go. Alright. Thanks, Ria. I'll take my leave. We told our story. There's no reason for me to stick around. I know this is a hard time for all of us, but I need to check on Grace. Bye, Hex. It's getting late. There's always room for you upstairs if you're tired, Lynn. It's fine. I'll keep you company. Things must be really dire if you're offering that. What do they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh, that's not great. Welcome, Bud. Keep it. Okay. Tia's not with them. What's up? I'm not gonna be like, it's good to see you too, because I don't think it is. Tia's not with them, and Clay is not happy. I'm not entirely sure Tia didn't just sacrifice herself. Where are the others? He goes outside, trying to calm Voy down. We didn't want him to throw up in your tavern. Did he have a panic attack? I hope Tia isn't giving him too hard of a time about it. I think Tia sacrificed herself. Oh, here it goes. She isn't, right? No. Bet is she then? Gone. She's gone. She left? No. She's dead. I'm so sorry, Clay. You're right. She's way too stubborn to die. Well, she did. I'm sorry. That's awful. Yeah, you don't have to tell us that. Is anyone else? No. We got away just in time. That's good. What about Fable? Did you see them? Did you see them there? In the chasm, maybe? No. We didn't find them. No. But I found a bunch of broken arrows not too far from the portal. They're all engraved with pretty flowers. It's not good. I think they just didn't come back. I hope they're okay. Maybe with a drink they would have been okay. What do you mean? You didn't make him a drinking keep. We had a bit of a fight. So you willfully endangered them? I had hoped it would stop them from going. Nothing could have ever stopped Fable from helping people, you idiot! I realize that now. You should thank the dragons I care more about my friends' eardrums than I care about yelling at you. I already regret it well enough, don't you worry. You better, if anything happened to them. If they end up like Ithia, I know. Me too. We shouldn't have left without her. Her body wasn't exactly cooperative. We couldn't have taken it with us if we tried. Don't call her that! What? And it! Clay. He's right. Have some respect. I'm just saying. Then stop saying it! Alright, you three. Calm down. No need to spill more blood. Please, just tell us what happened. What does it matter? We abandoned her. That's what happened. We didn't do that. We sure abandoned the world. Our angel would be disappointed in us. It's not like we had much of a choice. You would say that, wouldn't you? What's that supposed to mean? You always run! Of course you would! You wouldn't choose anything else! I ran because I have something else to get back to, Clay. So did she! Okay. How about a drink for calming all those nerves? No! Time and place. I'll take one. Need to tell you what happened after all. Even though I'd rather not. Got anything to make that easier? I'm running out of secrets, though. Don't worry. There's no need for trading today. I don't have anything to wash away the regret. But maybe I can get you something to make the words flow easier. Yeah, I figured. She sacrificed herself. She sacrificed herself to save them. Here. Thanks for this little taste of normalcy. So I don't really know what to ask. Did you stop him? No. Oh. Carp. He was faster than us somehow. Melly and by, I drew us a map to the portal so we could get there quickly, but when we arrived, we found a note stapled to a tree. It read, "If you value your lives, go home." He knew you were coming. Apparently, Jade and Tia argued about what to do, but we didn't exactly have a lot of options. So we went after him, right into the Twilight Chasm. It was... Calling it the realm of nightmares seems like an understatement in retrospect. Wouldn't have made it out without Voy and Tia's light. And Tia's light. We ran into the necromancer on his way back. Didn't even catch him before he got to Ur. He looked unharmed. It's ridiculous how easy it must have been for him. In his hands he held the axe shaped like a dragon's talon, pulsating with magical energy. It was smaller than I thought it would be. Magic weapons tend to be size adjustable. Right. Maybe we would have stood a chance if we hadn't walked right into a cluster of nightmare creatures. Thought maybe they'd be a good distance from him too, but Necromancer called on them for aid in the chasm's tongue. Voice said he'd promise them freedom and endless nightmares. And just like that, they sided with him, and we were up against a necromancer, a god's axe, and a horde of monsters. We thought we were well protected. The frost armor, it helped at first. Kept the creature's sharp talons at bay, but whenever the necromancer got close to one of us, he cast some sort of modified fire spell. First thing, it melted our armor and most of our defenses. At least we were fast enough to avoid most of the attacks thrown at us. I guess I was right about the speed. Doesn't feel good though, without Tia here to hear my "I told you so." The fire must have been difficult for you, Dave. It was. I managed not to get caught in it. Until we were pushed to the edge of the Twilight Chasm, back to the portal we had entered from. That's where he was headed back to, towards Gaia. The others had already been pushed out by the nightmare creatures, but I was still in his way. When his fire magic hit me in the chest, I stumbled backwards, falling into the jagged ground. I froze. I wish I hadn't, but fear took hold of me. I couldn't move. I lay there, charred, bleeding, terrified, and he just looked at me. I thought, this is it. It's over. I'm going to abandon Melly after all. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was reading for the wrong one. And then, after what felt like an eternity, he just walked away through the portal and left me there alive. I'm sorry, I was reading through the wrong person. Whoopsies. I thought I was reading for Clay for some reason. I don't know. I scrambled after him, of course, after I regained my senses. I don't know why he spared me. Maybe he briefly remembered he has a bleeding heart. Maybe. Doesn't matter, I guess. When I charged back into the fight, it looked even worse than it had moments ago. Every time a monster went down, he just brought them back up. couldn't break through. Couldn't even get close to him until Clay cut down 4 of them at once, and Tia was quick enough to take advantage of that opening. Suddenly she was face to face with the necromancer, fighting him one-on-one. Right in the middle of the moon pools, under Cassiopeia's light. It's true, you know. You can see all the 7 runes reflected in their clear waters at once. It would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all the blood. I tried to get her and help her, but I kept getting swarmed. Tia's blood is gold. Did you know that? No. And I wish I didn't know. Yeah, me too. I'll spare you the details. She fell. He struck her again and again until she stayed down. And then he brought her back. Her body, that is. Our Tia wasn't in there anymore. She would never have fought Clay willingly. I was trying to get to him, but she just wasn't letting me through. I couldn't hurt her. She's my best friend. We kept trying to fight, kept trying to channel our anger into victory against him. But I couldn't stop thinking about who was going to end up with empty eyes next. When I heard Clay scream after Tia cut through his shoulder, I had to do something. So I yelled out for us all to run. Inko pulled Voy away, clearing a path for us to escape, and I tried to pull Clay away from Tia, away from his death. He's much stronger than me, though. Good. So I called out to Jade for help. For the record, I think we're cowards for leaving. But Tia would have beaten me if I'd left Clay to die. It was the right to call. You decided to save each other. Tia would have been proud of you. I don't know about that, but at least we're alive. At least you're alive. Jade helped me pull Clay away from the fight and we ran. We ran and we ran until Voy collapsed. And when he got back up, we made our way to your tavern. And now we're here. I'm glad you all made it back. But I'm sorry you had to go through that. Why did we have to? Why didn't Cassiopeia save us? Save her! The dragons are neutral. The dragons are... Sure are. The real is the madman who killed her. We have to go back. I don't think that's a good idea, bud. We have to. We have to retrieve her body. He can't have her! Now he can use her to navigate that stupid portal, and she would hate that. She would hate being turned into another monster he can use. If we can't get her back, at least we have to bring her here to give her a proper burial. We can't do that, Clay. We don't even know where they are right now. If we had stayed, we might. But we didn't. thanks to you. But it is what it is, right? You say we can't go back, so we can't change anything. We screwed up. We played right into his hands. All this power and strength and magic, and we didn't even change anything. Hold on. I'm sure you did your best. That's the point! If doing that, if it doesn't save anyone, I can't even feel it anymore. The bracelet, it's just empty. There's just an absence where Tia should be. I feel like if we had just done something different, if I hadn't been so stubborn, I don't know if he could have changed anything. Why do you sound so sure of that? I think the necromancer, I think he heard everything that you planned. I mean, how could that even be possible? After you left the jackdaw near my window, I think it was a spy. And I think it heard everything. What? How does that even happen? How did you not notice that? I don't know. I'm sorry. All I'm saying is that it's not your fault the plan failed. He outsmarted us. All of us. So there's nothing we could have done. That can't be right. What's the point of all this? If he knows everything, then we might as well give up. He has our axe. He has an army of nightmare creatures and more. And she's gone. The only person who would know what to do is gone. And we don't have a magic greatsword either. You've got to be kidding me, what? Magic flame was put out by the flood. Crap. So we've lost. It's over. Not yet. He hasn't won yet either. Even if it feels like he has. We're still here, so we can still fight. We can still stand in his way. Hope will only abandon us if we let it. You're right. Us giving up is not what she would have wanted. What she would have wanted was to be alive, was to live, to get the chance to be more than some pointless martyr. I want her back. Clay. No! I don't want to hear anything else from you! I don't even notice a spying. You didn't even notice a spying bird in your tavern. Or maybe you did, who knows? You're dishonest with us all the time. Do you even really care about any of this? Of course I care. I care more than you could ever imagine. I wish I could bring her back too, Clay. But can you? No. What help are you then? Screw this. I'm done hearing excuses. And I'm done pretending. We'll make it through this. Clay, please. Stay. Can I have one of those drinks now? Don't want to go after him. If I was him, I'd kill all of us. So, no. What kind of drink do you want? I don't know. Something fast, maybe. Didn't help win the fight, but it might help my stomach. Worth a shot, I guess. There we go. I don't know if we want to do a last whisper right now. That might be a little bit rough to take. Here we go. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate works. Let's go with a hot chocolate, right? Hot chocolate sounds nice. Hot chocolate. Fast and quick. Just how I like it. What kind of drinks did she like? Defense all the way. Adds up. Oh, we didn't even close down. We just went to black. That scared me. I thought for a second that crashed. Okay, we're good. So what, we all just like stayed up all night? No, that tracks. Someone should go after Clay. At some point, we'll need his help. We don't have time to let ourselves fall apart right now. Easy for you to say. You weren't there. Sarah-Lynn's right. We'll have time to feel defeated once we're dead. Right now, all's not lost. Not yet. Sure. It's just a bit hard to buy this never give up stuff right now. If you know how to salvage all this, feel free to share with the class. I'm serious. I won't even roll my eyes at any heroic speeches right now. Yeah, I figured. So what? Do you just want to give up? I don't know. Clay was right. It's getting pretty hard to see the point. That's exactly what got us into this mess to begin with. But your failure? No. This ambivalence. I think you guys need to take a good hard look at reality. I don't like betting on the losing horses. Of course. Did enough pro bono lately? How much will it cost you to get interested again? Oh, you can off right now. Right off. Ulissa. What's up, Dave? Think this through. What would you even do? Where would you go? Don't patronize me for trying to save myself. Dave's right. There won't be anywhere to go soon. I don't want to hear it, Innkeeper. What do you even know? All you do is sit here and watch everything fall apart around you. Don't you dare lecture me on this. I don't think that's very fair of you to say. You really want to talk about Bear? It must be easy, huh? All up on your high horse watching us struggle every day. All you can spare is some half some half-butt commentary and a few pleasantries. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you mercenaries cared so much. Well, I got there in the end. Did you? Should have figured. Explains why that bird spying on us all this time was so just a footnote for you. Hey, you always go on and on about your responsibilities as an innkeeper. How is it your duty to serve anyone that walks through those doors? If that necromancer walked in here, would you offer him an ear and listen to his story? Would you serve Essie's murderer a drink with the same smile like you do for us? Hey, maybe he'd bring her corpse along. Good thing you'd already know what drink to serve her. That's cruel. Why are you defending her? You'd be just as pissed as me. That elf is gone because she couldn't get over her own ego, right? For all we know, Fable could be dead in a ditch somewhere when we wouldn't know. My drinks aren't miracle tinctures. They can't move mountains. But they could provide the edge between life and death, couldn't they? And you decided to refuse them that help because you were petty. Not like it matters now. Don't talk like Fable's already dead. Maybe you should have thought harder before letting Fable walk away like that. Hey, I tried. The game wouldn't let me. What happened to believing in them? If there's even a chance they might come back, I'll keep these tavern doors open. Good to know you seem to have somewhat of a heart. Whatever. I don't know what else you want me to say. Just try to say something that doesn't make it sound like you've already given up. Like you didn't give up the moment things turned rough in the chasm. That was different. People were dying. A lot of people will die soon because we ran. So unless you have some big idea for how to fix this world. Oh, I know. You can just set up another hit, Dave. That way someone else can take care of your problems again. It just won't be me this time. Innkeeper, Serlin, it's been real. Or not. But risking Clay's temper seems more meaningful than sitting here. So, bye. She does have a point, doesn't she? I don't know what to do anymore. On our way back from the Highlands, I was thinking I could just go and see my family, but would I even reach them before the sun sets for the last time? I could have tried. Instead, I'm here. I'm not sure why. There must be something left to do. Maybe we have the element of surprise with your sword. We might. No. This sword can't save this world. And neither can I. Fable! Am I seeing things? Fable? Hello, everyone. Greetings, adventurer. Welcome back. I'm back. Somebody pinch me.
Ow!
I said pinch, not punch, Cyrilin. That wasn't a punch. I'll show you. I'll show you. Wait, it's really me. Even though I do look a little different. Is it weird? No, it suits you. Looks nice, Elfie. Thanks. Oh, I like it too. I like the ears. Very fluffy. Very eerie. Nope, that sounds wrong. Let me try again. Take your time. They're very pretty. Beautiful. Effervescent. Do you need one of your own drinks, innkeeper? Well, what I really want to say is, I'm so glad you're okay, Fable. Yeah, and I'm happy you're back. I'm really happy to see you as well, innkeeper. And there's so much for all of us to talk about. Wait, before that, first and foremost, I want to say I'm truly sorry. I should never have refused to make you a drink. No matter what insecurities I was dealing with, I should have never let them get in the way of keeping you safe. Well, I made it back, didn't I? Yeah, and I thank the dragons for that. But I still ended up acting like a giant hypocrite. None of my encouragement was ever given in falsehood. Yet, learning to trust in the abilities I knew you had, it was hard to trust in you while the worry for your well-being was eating at me. It was eating me whole. The worry of losing a friend. Huh? Oh, don't you mean regular? No, you're my friend. If you'll still have me. Well, I thought a lot about our last conversation. I was upset at first, but most of all, I was afraid that we'd never talk again. I didn't even know if I ever wanted to come back to this tavern. Maybe the me from a few weeks ago would have just stayed away, but you're important to me, and I also wanted to be brave for the both of us. So I came back to hear you out. And I'm happy I did. Glad you're both finally able to resolve this. That conversation must have really eaten into your word count for the day, innkeeper. Worth it. But yes, you'll have to carry me from here on out, Dave. I'll try my best. Oh, right. Guys, we don't have time to chat. There's this necromancer that stole Ur's axe. I don't know who he is or what he wants to do with it, but we have to stop him. Why are you guys looking at me like that? It might be good to get everyone up to speed. You go first, Fable. You got us at the edge of our seats. Well, as you know, I was searching for Mally around the portal to Twilight Chasm. I couldn't find any clues, not with the devastation left behind after the flood. And then a thought struck me. What if Mally was pulled into the portal by the waves? That would have been a nightmare. Literally. And even if I could swear I saw, and even if I could swear I saw shadows moving around the portal, moving, or the fact that it's the entrance to the plane called the Nightmare Realm, I couldn't just abandon my friend, so I went through the portal. How'd that go for you? To be honest, I barely remember what happened when I first went through. The disoriented landscape, the giant gnarly creatures roaming around. My heart was beating out of my chest. All my blood was in my ears again. Eventually, I found an alcove that gave me some shelter, but I just couldn't stop freaking out. In my blind panic, I had run so far away from where I entered that the chance of finding any traces of Mally was almost zero. So what did you do next? I must have fallen asleep. What? Excuse me? Well, all that running and worrying got me so exhausted, I must have just passed out. It was weird, falling asleep in such a strange place. I couldn't remember any dreams afterwards, but this sense of disquiet and unease. But when I woke up, the twilight chasm looked different to me. It didn't scare me so much anymore. Moreover, I felt almost melancholic as I regarded its deep purple horizon. And suddenly, close to my alcove, were spiky mountains split by the sky. I saw entrances to tunnels that hadn't been there before. My curiosity got the better of me and I ventured inside. The deeper I went, the more I started seeing veins of precious stones lining the walls. And soon the tunnels widened into a huge cave. And I mean, it was huge, gigantic. I wasn't even able to see the ceiling anymore. Turns out somehow I'd stumbled from the twilight cavern into the center of the plane, not the dragon, but in front of me was the sleeping form of the elder dragon themselves, looking more awake than they should have been. I can only guess that the water covering the floor must have roused them. The flood had even managed to reach Ur's cavern. You mean the dragon, that if woken too early would bring about the end of everything, was awake? Yes. Great. Another apocalypse. Do we get double points for a combo? Wait. Well, I haven't finished my tale yet. But you're right. Well, it didn't look good, especially when the necromancer appeared. Well, I hid behind a formation of stalagmites as soon as I noticed him. Something about his presence and armor seemed off. He was followed by a couple of undead creatures dressed in farmer's clothing. I was still debating whether to reveal myself or not when he began to cast a strange spell. A green mist started to coalesce around Ur's head. Then their eyes flew fully open. I was stunned when I saw their gaze. Their presence was suddenly becoming stifling. Whatever strange vision the mist revealed seemed to enrage them. Their roar must have shaken the whole plane. But while was distracted, the necromancer tried to retrieve their fabled axe wrapped in their tail. It was a gut feeling, but I just couldn't let him take the axe. I had to stop him. But he took hold of the large weapon. He turned to look right at me. My legs felt like goo. I was shaking so bad, it was hard to draw breath. I knew at that moment I should try to fight him. Should I try to fight him, I would die. It was by pure luck in that moment shook off the mist and lunged for the intruder. The undead creatures used their body to shield him, shattering upon impact with Ur's claws, while the necromancer cast the same mist spell again. The spell connected with ease, giving him precious seconds he needed to escape. For a while, nothing happened. There was just silence. I think desperation made me brave or blind to consequences, but I could hesitate no longer. If that necromancer was to use the axe for evil, well, I had the chance to stop him, and didn't. So I abandoned my hiding spot and ran towards her, begging them for help. You just asked the elder dragon for help? Yes, it seemed like my only option at the time. How did they answer? With a riddle. It went something like this. Gems and jewels I create, yet my most precious treasure I still await. Sought by many, found by the lucky. It blessed the oldest and the youngest before it struck me. No mortal stands against it, an immortal's delight. So close to death, unseeing you find. What little mortal do I seek? Friendship. I'm going to guess friendship. I'm going to go with I was never that good at riddles. I prefer a more hands-on approach. Just admit you don't have the patience. We have that in common. Well, I had to think about it for a bit. But while looking at the dragon, it became clear to me. The answer was sleep. Wouldn't it be terrible for everyone to think you'd doom this world just by waking up? Oh, I didn't think wants this world to end like that either. So I pulled out my lute and played the elder dragon a lullaby. Just as I could see their eyes starting to droop, they lifted one gigantic talon to my forehead. A strange heat ran through my body, and a floating orb of blinding blue fire appeared in front of me. It was so warm and kind. It tickled my nose, and when I couldn't hold in my laughter any longer, I accidentally ate it. Before I could panic about wasting Ur's gift, their gaze let me know that everything was fine, that their flame would stay within me from then on, and that this strength was their boon to me, to this world. The makeover was included, I guess. And that's all there is to it, really. I think that was plenty. That's astonishing. Well, it's not like I did anything special. Anyone in my position would have done the same. No, I think this has fable written all over it. Well, I did forget to bring a cool trinket back for you. I think you brought back something a lot more important. Hope. Oh? Elfie, you're saying you can actually produce dragon fire now? Well, I think so. Or I practiced recreating the orb on the way here, but I still have a long way to go. Ha! I feel like I'm missing some context here. Later. I need to get Rhea right now. Well, that was fast. Can't blame her. I heard you might have some dragon fire for me sword. Good to see you back in one piece, Fable. Good to be back in one piece. So what's the situation? Is there a new plan? Yes. Maybe. We need to figure out the details. But fair to say, we've been given another shot. Right. If there's any smithing to be done, I'm with you. Ugh, I can read. How long do you think you'll need to reforge the sword? With that blueprint from the Highlands, it'll be a lot quicker. I'm confident I'll be able to make a darn fine sword. It'll be ready before sunrise. Got no time to waste. All right. I'd still really like to know what we can't waste time on. Let's discuss it with the others. Mellie's a lot better at explaining this kind of stuff.
She's safe?
Yes, she's safe. Innkeep, I trust you have some quests locked locked and loaded for us to top of the morning. Of course. Well, I guess we'll see you tomorrow, innkeeper. I still have one on the board. Rest well, everyone. Alright. Well, there's only 3 left. Fable has returned from their encounter with with a mysterious ability, the power to create dragonfire. Hope is rekindled at last. To reach Tarat, one has to go through a number of overly complicated rituals. Good thing no cleric would ever aid in something like that. A stranger has come to town. He likes plum crepes and spooky armor. Alright. All might seem lost, but the fight is not over yet. Quasar can still... Whoa! I doxed his name! Can still be stopped at Aperture. He's still in possession of a draconic weapon, but so are we, thanks to Fable and their newly obtained Dragonfire. We are able to forge a weapon to withstand his evil powers. All right. Let's go. Well, the crew is back. Aw, they are the cutest little family.
Good morning!
Oh, good morning. You don't know how refreshing it is to see all 3 of you together again. I know, they're the cutest little family. Likewise. Did you rest well?
Well, not much, but well.
Oh, hang on one quick second. I gotta pull the ham. Sorry about that. Oven beeped. Well, we wanted to spend the whole night planning while Rio worked on the sword, but, Una forced us to sleep. She always valued a good nap. Innkeeper, well, I've observed you put up quests for us. I did. And you even thought about defending the roots. Oh, very smart, innkeeper. Oh, very smart. I assume that means you all did too? Oh, of course we did. Oh, we made plans and backup plans and teams and everything. What kind of team did you join? Fable's gonna fight that big old bad necromancer guy with their cool new dragon powers. Yeah, and I'll be making sure the zombies don't eat people. Together with Baya and Archie? We'll evacuate the capital and Zenith too. There shouldn't be any people around while his undead army arrives. Other than our extermination team, obviously. That seems reasonable. With Baya's help, it should go quickly too. All right. First, we wanted to ask her to teleport Team Cool Sword to the aperture, but Baya says she can't talk to the trees in the Forbidden Valley. They're too weird. Too weird for Baya? Must be some strange trees. Yeah, well, I really wanted to see him, but it's too dangerous, so I'll wait until I'm older. Archie's gonna help us convince the people in charge about the approaching danger. I'll help with providing good arguments and keeping things organized. And Dave will lead our group and scout out escape routes. And after that, you're staying behind for the battle? For the battle, Dave? No, I'm staying with Melly. I'll bring everyone to safety and protect them there. Not out for revenge. I trust my friends will deliver it for me. I do want the necromancer to be defeated. But I don't want to leave Melly alone again. Even more. So you want to stay out of it? I want to live. Oh. Plus, Melly will need an assistant. Well, I couldn't ask for a better one. Besides, she can't lose both parents. And they're right. Fable has to go. Fable has to go to the big life-threatening battle. And Melly can't lose both parents again. Let's be real, they're a little family now. Agreed. Now, I know you didn't put up a quest for the evacuation, but could you give me a drink for the road? Something tasty to motivate me. We'll have to convince a lot of people we haven't gone mad. Sure. What secret do you have for me this time? A really big one. What could possibly still surprise me now? My real name. I'm all ears. It's Neil. Neil Broom. It's stupid, I know, but I think I'm done pretending to be somebody else, so Neil it is. Oh, I love it! Neil! It's cute! Can I give you a nickname? Neely? Nilnick? Nil? I like Melly, but with an N. So, Neely? Neil is fine, I think. Neil. Well, it suits you really well. Thank you, Fable. Such a nice name definitely earns a drink. I was hoping you'd say that. Thank you for helping me be myself. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'll make sure Neil is just as charming as Zephyr, or Malachite, or John then. I appreciate it. Alright, we need a charmer. Charmer with some swift and defense. Charmer with some mind and some swift. I like that one. Alright, we're going with Sunny Breeze. There we go. A little extra brain juice. And give him some charm. There you go. Charm it up. Some additional charm, not that you need it. This is delicious. Thank you. I hope this will make me more bearable to the townsfolk. Oh, I find you plenty bearable. Thanks. Innkeeper. Yes, Fable. Oh, I've been meaning to tell you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Without you pushing me to go on that werewolf quest, oh, I wouldn't have gained the confidence to face her. You're one of the best friends I've ever had. Fable, I have a confession to make. Let me guess. You don't actually know how to make hot chocolate. I actually recently learned how. Would you like one? You're trying to distract us. Yes, she is, but I'd still like one. I'll accept it when you're done telling us your secrets. I'll trade you your confession for the chance to make me a hot chocolate. I see I've taught you well. All right. This is scarier than I thought it'd be. Oh, I know, but you can do it. That crazy necromancer. Truth is, I know him pretty well. He's my former best friend. Uh-huh. Well, that makes sense. It does. Well, I always knew she was hiding something. And when I saw the flowers on the necromancer's armor, it reminded me of the letter you refused to open. Yeah, the letter was... it was something. So you two were friends? We were in an adventuring party together. It was us and 4 others. Aquila, Aegeus, Cain, and Kaya. Oh, and it's been ages since I've said their names out loud. We spent quite a few years together. What happened? It wasn't great. They died. Our friends, Remember the other necromancer you were researching, Melly? Obviously. Is he their reincarnation? Was I right? Not quite. But we fought Kirabesa a couple of times. She was obsessed with immortality and would do anything to get it. To us, it was like a game. She would do something horrible. We'd stop her goons. She'd get away. got so used to it that we became careless and arrogant. We didn't quite realize how dangerous she really was. Thinking ourselves invincible, we went into our last fight unprepared. And my friends paid for it with their lives. Fable, to be honest, I thought that's what would happen to you when you went into the Twilight Chasm. I thought he'd be the end of you. Oh, I see. I understand why you were scared. I just wish you would have told me. Me too. When we fought her, they all went down so quickly. Aquella got mind controlled and struck down Kane. Kaya went down trying to heal Aegeus. We tried so hard to keep fighting despite it all, to not give up, and then suddenly they were all gone. And it was only me and Quasar. Quasar? Is that his name? Yes. Quasar Dustbringer. Is that his real name? Yes. Jealous. A little. He grew up in the Order of Starlight. It was a different subsection from Tia's, but I guess Cassiopeia's servants have a flair for dramatic names. I don't want to say we got along. Like from the conversation we had, it feels like we got along pretty well. The Cassiopeian and the Leviathan symmetry kicked in right away, I guess. You worship the great sea serpent? Yeah. Not much of a cleric or a paladin type, though. I prefer more direct communication. Cool! We both had a lot of similar practices. Our party members found weird and off-putting. It was fun. Well, but the other necromancer, Kirbosa. That one. She died, right? So you defeated her after all? No. Yes. Well, Quasar did. When I saw my friends were... I was pretty sure it was all over. That we'd lost. I was hopeless and scared, so I ran. And I didn't stop until I was too far gone to turn back. I get that. Running's pretty easy when you're scared. And that must have been really scary to lose all your friends like that. I mean, I kind of wish I'd taken Quasar with me, is the only thing I would say. Like, I agree with retreat is the right option. Like, I agree with him leaving. That was the right option. But when he left, he took everybody with him. But, like, I feel like leaving is the right option agrees with him. But, like, saying that it wasn't right to leave them behind would make him feel bad about Tia. So we're just going to go with this. Otherwise, I might have joined them. and then I wouldn't be here now. Well, I'm glad you're here, even though that choice wasn't easy. Easier than I would have liked it to be. Suddenly there was an explosion of intense magic from where I'd escaped from. I'm pretty sure he used the Soul Shatterer spell to defeat her. Well, that sounds shattering. Like something Hex would use. We stole it from a mad wizard back in the day. It was clearly too dangerous to be used, so we all agreed to keep the scroll safe and untouched. But he didn't. We didn't. We both wanted to study it, despite the warnings. And while others were partying or getting into the taverns, tavern brawls, or petting werewolves, we studied a scroll that could rip our souls asunder. I don't think either of us planned on using it, but we were young and curious. The allure of powerful magic is a difficult one to ignore. I think when I escaped and he refused to run with no other options left, he used it against her. And it shattered Kirbosa's soul. It clearly won him the fight, but it didn't bring them back. How have we never heard about any of this? You have, in a way. It happened, 30 years ago. Yes. I was wondering why he opened the first sigil 30 years ago and then waited so long for the others. I guess it was an accident. Opening the portals, I mean. That's what it did, right? With her soul? Turned it into a portal? I think so. Yes. And now he wants to bring your friends back? We can all relate to that now. There's nothing I wouldn't give to see them again. My old friends. And Tia too, but the past has already happened. And I can't change it no matter how much I want to. I want to honor the love they taught me, the way they changed me, and the life I still get to live. They're worth so much more than only remembering the worst thing that ever happened to them. And I don't want to destroy myself any more than my cowardice already did. You're a little bit of a coward. You are a little bit of a coward. Well, you could have told us all this at the beginning. I didn't want it to be him, I guess. Nor did I want to choose sides. He's still my friend, even after all he's done. Even after he put on Kirbosa's armor and abandoned his oath, I guess no one wants to accept that their friend has become someone unrecognizable to them. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you. To the both of you. Feels good to finally say it out loud. Is that weird? Well, not at all. Do you think we can share this with the others? His name and the story, I mean? If you want to. If you're a little crush me, though. I'll put in a good word for you. Do you hate me now? Well, of course not. You're our friend. Our occasionally stupid, shady, and sad friend. Oh, but our friend nonetheless. And Quasar's your friend. Your crazy, lunatic, psycho friend who wants to end the world, but still your friend. I also wouldn't know what to do if I had to fight against my friend. I'd like to think I wouldn't want to hurt them either. But you really do have to start taking your own advice. So I've heard. Thank you, Fable. You really are my favorite regular. Good. Well, 'cause you're my favorite innkeeper. So don't go anywhere, okay? Not this time. Promise. Do I get a hot chocolate now, or are we going to be sad for another hour? I'll get you your hot chocolate. Thank you for being patient. All right. One hot chocolate coming up. Yeah, we'll throw that one in. Why not? There's your hot chocolate, Melly. Here's a hot chocolate, Quincy style.
It's perfect. Thank you so much. No zombie shall stand a chance against my chocolatey veins. I have to go run through the garden now. See you in a bit. Good luck, Fable.
I'll go with her. We'll check in with you guys after we've won. Oh, I'd like that. Once we're back. How about some cheesecake and dancing? Oh, sounds lovely. We can make some flour biscuits too. I'm very excited to try those. Be safe out there. You too, Neil. Sounds better when you say it. Can't wait to hear it again. Thank you for sharing all that with us, Innkeep. I guess it was finally my turn, to be honest. Do you think we'll win this? I believe in all of you. I know you'll stop him and save us all. Especially with you on the team. You're a really good cheerleader. I know. And even if you don't come back, I'm still glad I got to spend all this time with you. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, me neither, Innkeeper. But don't say goodbye just yet. I'm still coming back to pick up that quest. I need to check in with the others first, though. I figured. Thank you for everything, Fable. I couldn't have wished for a better person to share my adventures with. I'll be back in a bit. Be patient. I'll try my best. And here's hoping Lynn doesn't kill me. Hey.
Well, hello, innkeeper. We have returned.
Welcome back to my tavern. How are you two doing?
Still clinging to those empty lines, are we?
You can drop the act now, innkeep. We all know you're not just a mere babbler. After all, who told you the good news?
We met this lovely little girl on our way here.
A really chatty kitlin. Maybe she has to overcompensate for that brooding older foster brother of hers. So you know about everything. About your history with the necromancer, for sure. Have to admit, everything makes a lot more sense now. I'm glad you came back. I think we've all made some mistakes in our past. Some of us married evil buttheads. Others of us ran away because they were afraid. What counts is what you do now, innkeeper. For example, how you help us fix up our stuff from 30 years ago. I see you've already put up a quest for us. Good. You're not going to fight alongside Lynn?
Oh, fight? Whom are we fighting?
The undead army. You know, the one that's marching toward the capital.
But, who am I to blame them? Sounds like a wonderful stroll to nature.
Ugh. They're not strolling, they're eating away at the roots, protecting the capital. But that's not very nice. You got that right. And that's why we're going to stop them.
Very well, dear Ria.
You and your cape will be welcome additions to the team. There'll also be a few more adventurers accompanying us. Scully, Una, Jed, and Inko are going to be joining in on the fun. Inko? Huh. Let's hope their chaotic ideas turn out well. They better.
Saving this world and the capital from destruction sounds like a dangerous endeavor.
Don't worry. It might be just like a regular adventure.
Fantastic. I can't wait to be of help to my dear Ria. I couldn't bear losing yet another person so close to me in my lifetime.
I know the feeling. All too well. Will you both stop worrying before anything bad has even happened yet? That reminds me, did the sword turn out well? Excuse me for bragging, but it turned out spectacular. I was able to craft a flawless weapon, so deadly yet beautiful. Shar's Baba really passed on an astonishing sword to her. With the Gulliver's opals and the blueprint the priests gave us. It's my best work to date. More than enough for the Orhart competition. And with the Dragonfire little Elfie acquired, it's also strong enough to withstand Ur's great axe. Already handed my masterpiece over to Shar. She's got to save this world first before I can win the competition. Are you sure you don't want to wield the sword yourself? Nah. I've fought my fair share of undead. I know how to handle them. I'm better off at the capital, and the sword's better off in Shar's hands. It belonged to her Baba once, so naturally it's Shar's legacy. But there's one more thing you could do. Craving one last drink, Rhea? You seen right through me. Anything specific you have in mind today? Just a drink that won't be my last. Mix us up something to help us return to your tavern after all this is over. Agreed. I would love to come back here with my dear Ria. Just to reminisce. Very well. I have two ideas that could work. I could give you something to enhance your dexterity and intelligence, so that you could easily predict and avoid all the attacks. I'd top it off with a lotus flower for some extra dragonic blessings. That'd be a drink for purely offensive approach. What would be the other drink, though? That'd be the choice if you want something less violent. A drink that'd enhance your natural charisma, as well as up your defense. I'd also add some honey flowers to make you extra persuasive. We'll be trying to collect some allies on the way, so we might need to do some convincing. In addition to defense, seems like a good idea. But smashing the undead creatures' heads together sounds more fun than talking to them. I'm not really much of a charmer, you know. Oh, I find you quite charming. Ah, shush. And we also have Lady Evelyn on our side. She definitely knows how to get a dead heart beating again. I'm speaking from my own experience here. Your ex-wife will be joining us. Absolutely. That's an unexpected turn of events. So she's okay? Of course she is. That's a relief. Did you two talk it out? We did, and well, there's still a long way to go. We started to reconcile. I'll tell you all about it after we prevent a world calamity. I'm counting on you. I suppose having a powerful vampire countess on our side isn't entirely bad. But, now what about me drink? Have you decided on one yet? No. Both sound reasonable to me. I'll leave it up to you. Charm or violence, what'll it be? Oh, give me 1 second. You better choose wisely. Sorry, package delivery. Want to make sure I get it before the porch pirates. Thank you. It's only mildly threatening. I mean, to be fair, they have every right to mildly threaten me. Oh, I do like going with non-violence, but they're probably going to need violence. But I do like going with non-violence. So this one does a -2 shield, but does a +2 to brainy head automatically. So we'd need something with charisma shield, 2 to brainy head. Are we sure that's the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Right, that's the ordered infusion. Okay. So what has high charisma? Let's start there. 1,000 wins. Sunny breeze. And spoken heart. And sparkling nebula. But sparkling nebula doesn't have anything to defense. Neither does sunny breeze. Thousand Winds doesn't have anything to brainy head. Alright. Let's take a look at the dragon one. Alright. So we'd want something with 3 swift, 1 head. Hot chocolate would do it immediately. Right? No, because it does a -2 intelligence. Okay. Last Whisper would do it. Right there. Alright. One last Whisper coming up. This is what we're looking for, right? Yep, that's it. Three swift, 1 head, and a dragon infusion. Right? There isn't like a different dragon infusion? Yep, nope, that's it. That's it. I think the more physical approach fits you better. And you're quite charming already. Yeah, that's what I thought. Time to smash some undead heads. I just didn't have anything that would fit the other requirements. May you return unharmed. Be careful. You're starting to sound more like some random NPC again. Let's go, Kyle. And pick up your ex-wife. See you later. Until then, dear innkeeper. Stay safe, you two. I'm back. And I see you brought Lynn with you. What a pleasant surprise. Good to see you too. We're taking this quest, if you couldn't tell. I guessed as much. You're not going alone, I hope? Well, of course not. We're just waiting for the others. Vox, Hex, Gray, and Grace will be joining us. We're keeping the team small because it'll probably be really hard to get there. But I think Cyrillin will probably defeat him all by herself anyway. I don't know. I think I work better on a team. I think we all work better when we don't have to go through terrifying experiences on our own. All part of the humanoid experience, I suppose. No philosophizing before great big quest, please. But I love my philosophizing. Veno. Are you scared and excited? Yeah, both. But it's not the worst combo. Well, we're excited for an epic fight. And scared because we care about this world. Well, and each other. That seems like a good thing. I guess if I didn't care, I wouldn't feel so worried about all of you either. Good to be worried then, in a way. Though I couldn't do this feeling of... Though I could do without this feeling of ants running around in my stomach. Me too. Oh, but I'm glad you care. Would you say I care, Lynn? Okay. Yeah, sorry. Puns. That new sword of yours, Lynn. Does it have any appropriately epic name? I asked Leah that too. She told me to name it. And? Lynn panicked. Said it's just great sword. So now its name is just a great sword. Very creative. Well, luckily, the most common translated name for Ur's great axe is just a great axe. So Cyrillin's fits right in with the naming convention. I knew that, of course. Of course. So you've got just a great sword, unexplored dragon powers, a quest. All that's missing is, well, a drink. A drink. It'd be foolish of me to let you walk out of here without any help again. A little. I mean, you're a little bit of a fool either way. Don't think I'll just forget about whatever you and that Quasar guy got going on. We'll for sure be talking about that one once we've stopped him. That's fair. You mad at me? No. I guess we all have people we're scared to talk about. But you were right. The past always comes back to haunt us. Whether werewolf or necromancer. I can handle the past. As long as you guys promise to haunt me for a long time, too. We'll give it our best shot. So, Fable, what drink should we get ya? Well, I think I should play to my strengths. I'm not sure which one to focus on. On the one hand, dexterity will make me swifter with a bow, and always helps me be fast and evasive. On the other hand, Voi's been teaching me how to combine magic and music to support people. And I think a powerful pep talk or healing words can go a long way, so charisma could work too. Innkeeper, I'll leave the choice up to you. I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. I like both sides of myself. Just make your favorite charisma drink or your favorite dexterity drink. A favorite drink for a favorite customer. Coming right up. So you want straight charisma or straight dexterity? Buddy. They do really lean toward being swift and agile, but I do want to kind of balance them out a lot, right? Because, like, the first thing they ever ordered was the Swift Strike because they love the Swift Strike so much. So I do kind of want to lean towards the Swift one with them. Let's choose an infusion. Probably honey flowers. Works best. Because I don't have any real swift drinks. Well, we do have this one that goes with power. This one does a little bit of both, right? This one does swift, charisma, brain, and... So this one does basically everything. So let's go with hot chocolate. Alright, give you brainy head. Little extra Swifties for good measure. There you go. Alright, one hot chocolate. Fighting skills could really come in handy for this. And speed, too. That way you can always run. Thank you. Oh, I feel fast and ready for battle now. Well, maybe I'll even have time to pick up some new ingredients for you on the way back. Focus on getting yourself back first. I'll think about writing up a fresh grocery list quest later. So, does your ex-paladin have any weaknesses? What would be his weakness? Devotion? He'd do anything to get what he wants. He'd do anything for them. That makes him reckless and easy to manipulate. He'd sacrifice himself before he'd give them up. I hope you'll go in more clear-headed. Well, we'll try. Either way. Best of luck. Well, thank you. Hope you don't mind me kicking your friend's butt. Tell him I sent you. I'll deliver your cutting words myself. Do you mind if we wait here for the others? Not at all. Grab yourselves a table and some, I still don't have any snacks, actually. Oh, don't worry. Oh, I brought some biscuits. Well then, have some biscuits. Oh, I'll set up a table. Why don't you sell cookies? I was never very good at baking. Untrue! I am incredible at baking. Maybe you should. Clay. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief, everyone. The face of Mussel has arrived. You are all saved! Ugh. Hooray! Okay, I was trying to make this less awkward and I see I've made it worse. It's okay, boy. Some situations call for a little bit of awkwardness. I am... Shopkeeper. I'm sorry, I get it. I'd be mad too. I'm just glad you came back. Thank you for welcoming me back. Anytime. Yeah, Clay, listen. I'm sorry too. You needed us and we... There's nothing you could have done. I needed some time alone to be miserable. Thank you for still being here for me when I came back. Anytime, bud. How are you feeling? Not the best. I miss her a lot. It gets better. I promise. Eventually. It doesn't help much, but it does, I promise. Me too. She's... I know. And I feel pretty powerless without her here. But Dave was right. She would have hated it if we gave up now. I don't want to abandon the world she loves so much. We have to try and save it. It's Neil now, I think. But yeah, I think we owe it to her to try. And she deserves a proper ending too. Not to fade into some sort of puppet of his. You're always looking out for her. I know she'd really appreciate that. And you're always looking out for us. I'm sorry I got so angry about the bird. We're all trying our best. No, you were right. I should do better. Let's try to do better together then. I'd like that. Good job, you three. That wasn't so hard, now was it? It was very hard. But it was worth it. Thanks for dragging me here, boy. You got it. I've heard you're joining in too, boy. Of course I am. What would everyone do without my priceless encouragement and skillful illusions? Plus, I'm dying to hurl the worst insults known to dragonkind at that man. Don't hold back on my account. Would you like a drink to help you with that? Nah, I think I've got it covered this time. Can't wait to hear your epic battle ballad about it. Oh, you will. Could I have a drink? I think I could use a little something. Like some defense, maybe? I don't know how else I'll handle this without the... I'll try my best to whip up some liquid support. Alright. Let's give him one of her favorites, yeah. Defense all the way, right? That was one of her favorites. There you go. It's not quite Athelia, but this is as much defense as I can give you. Thank you. This reminds me of her in the best way possible. I really needed that. Feeling a bit better? Lots, actually. Coolio. Just missing the two wizards now. We should wait for them with Fable. And with Fable's biscuits? There's biscuits. Pardonne. I'm glad they picked up snack duty. Me too. Glad you're okay, big guy. Thank you. Now come on, before Voice starts his inevitable grand speech without us. Did someone say speech? No, this way. I'll miss this. Maybe I should start offering food. Nah, Andu would go crazy. Grace. The stars of this show have finally arrived! But Voy is already here. I don't think we can compete with that. Ah, come on, don't kill my vibe. You spend too much time with Inko. Impossible! Are they also why you're late? We were busy doing research, okay? Turns out we have a little bit of a problem. You mean besides the crazy necromancer with a god complex and a god's weapon trying to kill death? Besides that, yes. Wonderful. What is it? Quasar needs to go through the astral portal in the aperture to reach Tot, and to do his crazy apocalypse thing. We figure he'll be able to use the portal without issue because of Tia. Or what's left of her. First, he has to get to the aperture somehow, of course. As a former paladin of Cassiopeia, getting to her portal shouldn't be a problem for him. That's what we thought, which is where our problem comes in. We know he's attempting this tonight. Because of that transition between the astral moon and the dying moon, all of that jazz. Which means we also have to get there very fast, but teleporting into the Forbidden Valley isn't exactly easy. Weird natural magic makes it a hazard for any self-respecting wizard. You're basically guaranteed to teleport yourself into a tree. Even Baya can't help. We're a bit stuck. Got any ideas? I'm good at teleporting drinks, not people, so not exactly. Grace, you've been awfully quiet. Do you have an idea? Oh, she's got an idea, but Hex ain't gonna like it. I do. You do? Yes, but I knew you'd say no, so I decided to pitch it to the innkeeper instead. Please, go ahead. Remember those spells Hex found? I knew she was going there. Weren't exactly that many to remember. Can't wait to try out the soul-binding one. Don't. You'd risk your own soul. I meant the teleportation spell. The one that can teleport you anywhere. That one. The one that could kill you? I think I could use it to teleport a small group into the astral sea. Somewhere close to the portal, so that they can find the quasar easily. Well, that would be great. No, it wouldn't. Well, it... Did you miss the part where it could kill you? with my modifications, it has a whole 30% chance of succeeding without stripping me of all my mana.
That's a 70% chance of death!
We don't have a lot of options.
This isn't an option. We'll find something else, another way.
And with what time exactly, Hexagon?
Fine, sure, I'll cast it then.
Don't be silly. You're awful at teleportation. Plus, it's more stable if the caster stays behind. And you're a much better fighter than I am. They'll need you at the aperture.
I need you alive!
I won't be alive if we don't stop him. I know what I'm doing. Just trust me.
Absolutely not. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for some useless heroics. Either I cast it or we don't do this at all.
Dude. My dude. I get where you're coming from, right? Like, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that this is risky. I understand that you're afraid of losing your sister, and I understand that you don't want this to happen. But at the end of the day, this is Grace's choice. Let her make it.
She makes stupid choices sometimes. She's too good for this world, and it'll kill her.
So you'd rather shape her into something she's not? Don't you love her the way she is?
More than anything, her heart is what makes her so special.
Then let her keep it. If we want to save this world, this is the only way.
What's the point of this world if it doesn't have you in it?
Hex, that world without me, that world you fear so much, it will exist one day, no matter what we do today. But it doesn't exist right now, and yet you keep acting like it does. I'm just worried. You're so worried about the possibility of me being gone. You treat me like I'm already a ghost. The time we have, it's so short. I know. I'm scared too. I don't want to die either. But I can't miss out on living, pretending I'm already dead. You'll have plenty of time to mourn me when I'm gone. Right now, I need you to love me.
I'm so scared, Grace. I don't know what I'll do without you.
You'll figure it out. You won't be alone, even when I'm gone.
It's not the same.
I know. But let's focus on what we can do right now, while we're still together. We can save this world, if you'll only let me live. I guess I can't keep you in a glass case, like some sort of spell scroll. Even though I'd come up with great riddles to trap you with, I'd solve them instantly. You would. Do you really want to do this? I can help. This is how I can help. You don't have to. I want to. Let her be her own person, Hex. She deserves this. You'll make it out of this, okay? You will have to. I promise. And then we'll have a tea party. So many of them. I love you, Gracie. I love you too, Hexie. Alright. I guess if anyone could handle casting a crazy, powerful, probably cursed teleportation spell, it's you. Or the innkeeper. But I guess you're not volunteering. Unless you want to be... Unless y'all want to permanently be transformed into drinks, I can't help you. Good thing you've got me then, to cast this spell and to keep you company afterwards. I'll stay behind to ensure the spell's stability and improve the chances of keeping my promise. Sounds lovely. Would you like the drink to assist you in this matter? No. I think I'd like to keep my destiny in my own hands today. But thank you. Let's do this then. Before I change my mind and lock you in a tower. I'd like to see you try. Alright. Are you ready? Ready as I'll ever be. You'd better keep her well hydrated while I'm gone, innkeeper. Will do. See you soon. This is not goodbye. We are not saying goodbye. We are saying see you soon. We are not losing Gracie. We have already lost Tia. You can count on that. Looks like everyone else is ready to go. It's ready to get going as well. So, shush. Let me concentrate. We are not losing Gracie. So, did it work? I think so. They all disappeared. Whew. That was... Oh, dragons. That was close. It felt like all my insides were being pulled out through my nose. But you made it. We made it. I can't believe I've got the greatest witch of our generation hanging out in my tavern. It's what the best innkeeper of our generation deserves. Speaking of which, can I get a drink? Something that'll take my brain, something that'll make my brain feel like it's melting a little less. Of course, Grace. You can have as many drinks as you want. Do you think making endless drinks might distract us from worrying so much? It might. I'll consider it then, but let's start with one. Let's. Grace always does love her thinky brainy head concoctions. I can't pair it with something that'll make her sturdier, right? We can pair it with something that'll make her a little stronger, though, right? That'll help. That'll help, right? Do we have any infusions that'll help boost her mana? Not really. I don't think infusions boost mana or anything. They give invisibility, fire resistance, frost armor, inspiration, haste. Not really. Okay. Let's just boost her brainy headness.
Kay has just discovered that I brought in a package a little while ago.
Do you know what Kay loves to do more than anything? She loves opening packages. There you go. Emergency anti-brain melting liquid just for you. Thank you. I think my synapses are putting themselves back together. And now we wait. We wait. Thank you for keeping me company. Anytime. Ah, you're back. Oh, hello. Hello there. I'm Quincy. Grace, nice to meet you. Likewise. What are you two up to? Looks like a whole lot of worrying. Waiting mostly. Right, he's supposed to be more kind of Boston or Jersey, and I lost him. Mind if I wait with you? Not at all. Then let us wait together. All right then. All right, here we go. Everybody back? There's Grace. Good morning, Grace. You're up early? Couldn't sleep? Not really. I keep waking up every hour or so. Eventually I just give up. And I heard you moving around down here, so I gladly accept your company while I clean. Thank you. Fable! Oh, we're back, innkeeper. Welcome back, adventurers. You're practically beaming, Fable. That little sun. Have you been outside today? That's just the sun. Have you been outside today? The good weather seems anti-theoretical to my worrying. Ha! My mind if I set my sword down. Or will that make you worry more? Please feel free. There's the mythical blade. I'm hesitant to ask, but your smiles seem to indicate there's good news to be told. Well, it's safe to say we have many more opportunities to try your drinks. And everyone made it back safe and sound. Yes? We're all okay. Actually, Hex and Boy are outside safe and loud. We should probably put a stop to their antics soon. Boy might explode for real if Hex keeps up his teasing. Innkeeper, I'll... Go. No need to wait around any longer. Thank you. Someone has to go to poor Boy's rescue. Someone who's ready to give Hex a taste of his own medicine? Perhaps. For now, I just want to tackle my brother into a hug. I'm glad to see you all safe. Everyone, let's catch up later. I believe victory drinks are in order. Well, perhaps later when I've calmed down a bit more. I'll wait until the feast. Feast? I think that's what people do after saving the world, no? We gotta celebrate. Don't say you're pulling out, Keep. I'd appreciate a drink. Anything in particular you're craving? Something soft, please. Like a shield that protects you from the harm, or a hug that makes you feel safe. Got it. So he wants a defensey? Yeah. Still in honor of his Tia. Just like his Tia. Who I'm hoping he got the chance to lay to rest. A mighty drink for a mighty good friend. And made by a mighty good innkeeper. This is just what I needed, thanks. Alright, I believe it's time for my story. Well, it'll be best if you heard it from me yet. Our tale begins not so far from here, in the capital, with the other group. They're safe, the roots and the people. Archie got his little fancy diplomat friend to get help from the local government with the evacuation. Sounded like they got everyone out real quick. Then all that was left was kicking some undead peoples. Well, Kyle said they had a lot of help too, like he and Countess Evelyn decimated a whole section of the undead army all by themselves. The wavering Chimera defended the city gates together with the Hydra and the Gulliver. The Banshee and the Mary Morgan answered by his call and scared some of the skeletons to dust. A powerful wizard and a bunch of familiars and former familiars showed up with claws and fire at the ready. Scully convinced the Everbloom Archives Bleakstalkers to come to our aid. After they heard about Tia, well, they were furious. Even Neil's parents showed up with a group of retired adventurers from Borkerum. And with Scully's Union for the Undead Alliance at the ready, not all of them had to be killed. Scully said many of Quasar's undead creatures deserted and joined our side. Turns out Quasar managed to turn the werewolf settlement against us, though. Seems like he offered Uncle Dargan a cure to the Dargan, and Dargan took his propaganda to the rest of them. So it looks like the more non-violent strategies you take, the more people are on your side in the end battle. Rias said they were a hassle. Old idiot. Ain't going to forgive this fun. Sounds eventful, but the team won? Oh, they won! Not to toot our own horn, but so did we. Oh, it was exhilarating, and also exhausting. Grace managed to teleport us exactly where we needed to go. The Astral Sea was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Tia had told me so much about it, but that didn't prepare me for how mesmerizing it was. On the one side were the sprawling nebulas of Cassiopeia, and on the other, a portal of swirling dark blood leading back to the aperture. Below our feet, the ancient blood of the first vampire stained a river of the Astral Sea a deep red. It would lead us directly to Quasar and to an undead Tia. But the water was deep, too deep for us to wade through. And there weren't exactly any boats around. So Clay called out to the sun humpback whale for help. It showed up in a shower of stardust and allowed us to ride on its back. Once we got closer, we didn't have to wait very long before being bombarded by spells. Well, I made sure to answer with my own volley of arrows blazing with dragon fire. Still, the fight was tough. Having the sun whale there definitely helped, even though Quasar banished it whenever it got too close. Both Quasar and Tia barely gave us any time to breathe. Seeing her again, fighting for everything she used to despise, made me so angry. I let my fury guide me and managed to lead her away from Quasar. Her movements were less graceful in the undeath, and it looked like the water of the Astral Sea was clinging to her legs. I didn't know what to do. It was in the end, our voices calling out to her being so close to Cassiopeia. But right before her weapon could swing down once more, instead of pain, I felt her healing magic. And she smiled. She managed to shake off Quasar's control to help her friends. Meanwhile, we were battling Quasar. Fable and I were leading the charge. I got in his face as much as possible, while Fable swooped in anytime things got dicey with some well-shot arrows. I was barely able to keep track of Fable's position with their movement speed, but I didn't need to. Knew they'd have my back. Hex kept Quasar from concentrating on any annoying spell for too long, with a barrage of fireballs? You guessed it. And Void didn't hesitate to heal and buff us. Never really understood music fanatics, but after that, I might have to check out one of his shows. Well, eventually, the tide of the battle started turning in our favor. While we had each other as backup, Quasar was alone. And he was starting to get real tired. Well, that was our opportunity. I called upon the flame inside me and let several pillars of dragon fire cut off any escape routes. I realized what Fable was trying to do. Suddenly, all doubt about worthiness that had been eating at me during the fight disappeared. I wasn't doing this for honor or to gain the dragon's favor. Glory laughs in the face of legacy. Worthiness was never something that could be given to me. It was something for me to grasp. All I had to do was walk forward and protect my people. And at that moment, I did. My slash struck true. Quasar looked neither enraged nor shocked, just tired. Then he dropped to the ground and stayed down. Well, I felt a bit sad for him. I didn't. Quasar made his choices. Whether we like it or not. And we learned that, and we earned that victory. Well, we did. All we could do was stare at the battlefield, barely realizing it was over when we heard Clay crying. We turned to see him and Tia hugging as her body started to dissolve in bright speckles of starlight. The light eventually gathered in a bright sphere over our heads. Then it suddenly rose into the dark distance, where it became brighter and brighter. She became a star. I couldn't believe it. My Tia became a star. and she won't be alone up there. Together, her and this Sunvale will guide all who were lost throughout the night. Knowing that, it might give me the strength to live on like she would have wanted. Trust me, even if it feels impossible. One day the sun will rise, and the happiness she gave you will outweigh the grief. I look forward to that day, innkeeper. Until then, I'll just try to keep on trying. There's still too many wonders in this world. With her watching over me, I want to see them all. And one day, I might get to tell her all about them. That sounds wonderful. Oh, I think all of us feel a little better with her up there. I couldn't agree more. So that means everyone should be able to get here sometime soon then. Huh? For the feast? Didn't think you'd actually agree. Can't think of a better way to spend an evening than celebrating with all of my friends. Maybe even tonight? We'll see when everyone's had their rest. We have time now, thanks to all of you. I won't run out of drinks as long as you don't run out of stories. And you'll have to tell this epic tale a few more times before I grow tired of it. Oh, I'd like nothing more than that, innkeeper. Let me guess. Credits? Woo! Credits. Okay. Awesome. Alright. Sorry. Voice acting! Oh! Oh, there's Voy out. Oh, I didn't even notice Voy was standing outside of the tavern. Oh, okay, so they're fading people in and out. Because that was Voy and Hex outside the tavern. Oh, there we go. There's Clay and, somebody. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Oh, that's Clay and Neil. That's gotta be Neil, right? That's gotta be Neil. It's gotta be Clay and Neil hanging out there. Oh, and the two scars in the sky. That's gotta be the Sun Whale and Tia. Oh. Yep, there's Grace. I want to say that's Clay again, and I forget the one posh dude's name. But he's there too. Alright, cool. So we're fading characters in now. Oh, and Skelly was sitting on the stairs. Oh, I barely even saw him. Oh, there he is. Skelly's awesome. Anyway. Cool. Yeah. Kyle and his reflection isn't in the mirror. That's awesome. That's awesome. Alright. Yeah, the voice acting gets to me, but at least it's awesome. It was fun. I do like doing a lot of voice acting games. So those are always fun. So, like, I do love doing voice acting games. Those are fun. Oh, look, there's Melly up there with, Melly's up on the roof. That's awesome. And Hex is down here with Grace. That's great. That's awesome. Alright, well, that is the end of this one. I will be back on Wednesday. I am live every Wednesday to Sunday, Usually somewhere around 10-ish a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern or New York time, whichever is easiest for y'all to Google. I'm not sure when. They mess with my husband's schedule. They mess with my schedule. I don't know. But anyway, I will see y'all then. I have no idea what game we're doing. We will figure that out. Anyway, I hope to see y'all then. Until then, have a great day. Bye, everyone.